Greetings, my excellente friends. It is a Saturday, so it is the day to drunkenly meander through a broken, shattered shell of a city, attempting to solve a murder by flailing in the general direction of all of its people. Actually, let me leave my face on here, because I need to set up the extension, and that involves typing in a code that I don't want people to see. Even though it's the same code every week, I always forget it and have to go look it up. Because the game also forgets it. There we go. Ooh. I think I accidentally clicked on a doorway there. Yep, I went in here when I didn't mean to. Okay, so it is 9 on day 3. This lady, I guess, just...
Give me a moment.
Sweeps forever. And always in the exact same spot, which is existentially terrifying. The real estate woman is gone. This is one of the few characters that you can only talk to once, the real estate woman here. Once you've finished interrogating her, she will vanish, and that will be the end. But anyhow, I need to take stock of what I'm at and what I'm up to. We're working on 2 thoughts. We're trying to figure out why the Karl Marx equivalent killed himself, and we're also reminiscing on our ex-wife, whom we're trying really hard not to remember. And we're trying also not to be too depressed by the sheer amount of debuffs we're taking from these thoughts. So, we need to find a murder weapon. That's not immediate. We need to get 2 signatures for Evrat. We can start that, but we're not up to crossing the canal yet. We need to find the working class husband. Can't do much on that right now either. We do need to talk to some drivers. We need to solve the jam mystery by talking to the lorry drivers, including our good friend, the racist one. Which will then get us Joyce's info on the lynching. We need to wait until tonight to talk to the smoker on the balcony. We need to investigate the traffic hooligan. That's another thing that's over the canal. We need to talk to Titus Hardy properly. We fobbed him off last night and haven't properly sat down with the fella. We need to find Morel. That's another thing across the canal. We may choose to buy pants from Kuno. I guess we got the money now, but the problem with Kuno is we can't make a deal with him until we have exercised our empathy upon him. Right now we have a lot of checks that are closed. So how many skill points do we have? Not a bloody enough, but we could buy some empathy for the sake of deepening our relationship with the Kuno. Need to know who put clothes in the trash. That may take a while. We need to track down my badge. That may take a while. We need to explore the whirling secret passages. That's not happening now. We have a quest to drink alcohol. Great. There's the victim's tattoos. More Kuno, sing karaoke, keep searching for the caller. Okay, so the 2 big things, we need to talk to lorry drivers and we need to talk to Titus Hardy. I think we've gotten as far as we can with Joyce right now. Have we?
You're back. More lessons in basic reality?
Yeah, there is one
My
check
favourite part of the day. Glad to have been of assistance.
that we missed with
The
her,
little
but
that
that's
I know.
okay.
Anything else?
Nothing else with Everard. Although he is helping me find my gun.
Oh.
The lieutenant looks at you and you can swear his jaw muscle is trembling. He's able to contain the anger and surprise.
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns.
Incredible.
Yeah. Mr.
Simply
Everard is helping me
incredible.
find my gun.
Yes. As you said.
Yeah.
Please don't get him in a loop. If he gets in a loop, it will last forever. Ask him to say something else, please.
Of course. Thank you for the advice. I'm glad you were here to assist.
So Kim prevents
Your
the loop.
other dealings with Everard are still of considerable interest to me.
Kim is the loop blocker and it's deeply disappointing.
Of course, Detective.
We do have an untaken option. Through that, yeah, that's not that interesting. That's one of the... It's more of a response than a question, if you get what I mean. The game allows you to ask the same question 3 times and go through all 3 possible responses, but it doesn't feel genuine to me. That feels like gaming the system. It's like if the game gives you something to react to and you react all of the ways, like it's hard to explain, but yeah, I tend not to go that far. I'll explore every avenue of dialogue, but not the ones that require me to repeat the same thing over and over again, unless it's really interesting. Well, the Hardys are in there. Let's start with the people who are out here. We have already spoken to most of the lorry folk. In fact, we've spoken to all 4 of them. But that was before we had an actual thing to speak to them for. So now we can deepen our conversations with them, whereas with the Hardys we've barely scratched the surface, so this should be faster to do.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
You seem like a man who knows about drugs.
Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back.
Oh, yeah?
Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know? But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man?
Let me be straight with you. I'm trying to figure out who's smuggling drugs out of Terminal B.
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration.
So why are you still hanging around?
Gotta guard the stuff. Bosses don't look kindly on missing cargo, and it gives me time to work on my rhymes.
Working on these rhymes clearly leads to muscular atrophy. Make sure you don't get hooked on poetry. Who do you think could be conducting the drug trade, then?
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
He's a poet. Hit him with your best verse. I don't feel confident about that. Can I do anything for my conceptualization with my clothes? I can put this shirt on. Can I do anything else for my conceptualization? Yes, I can put this jacket on. Can I do anything else for my conceptualization? No, I can get a +2. We can get a +3 if we
Still here, stuck in this damn jam.
So we're already at 28%.
What's
That's a raise. That's a raise. We could raise it even further with the help of stream chat mind powers. Conceptualization is an intellect skill, so that's the one you want to raise using your magic vote buttons, if you feel so kind. Not that there's many of you to do so this early into a stream, but nonetheless. Hit him with your best verse. Why don't we hit him with our best verse? Hit him with our best verse before it's too late. Your best verse? You don't even have a bad verse in here. Just tumbleweeds and liquor stuff. Wait, no. What are you doing? She broke me. She fucking broke me.
That's brutal, man. But you know, time will...
No, stop! He's already mortified. No, Tommy, these are my rhymes. Listen. She fucked me till I bled.
That's,
In the name of God, what are you doing?
Do we back out? Let's do a chat vote for the couple of you that are here. Am I ever gonna be the same again? No way, get fucked, fuck me. We are undecided. Good shit. I feel like this is the way of morale damage. I will never be the same again. She's always there. Fuck the case. Fuck everything. Total doom. Let's show some self-control and restraint for once in our misbegotten life. It's not real, guys. It's not my actual thoughts. It's a poem.
Yeah, I get that, and it's cool, but...
Oh, fuck me. I have to say it no matter what. Great! Cool.
Yeah, I get it. These are your rhymes. They're from your life. Doesn't matter if they're robust, they're honest. So, thanks, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and I also thank you for stopping. We have a drug investigation to return to. How about we do that?
So passing that, I think, gets him to open up more. But let's talk someone else about the drug smuggling. So, we're going to play a little game. We're going to play a game of prediction. Now, this game is for the people who don't know Disco Elysium super well. The prediction is, who do you think the racist is going to blame the drug smuggling on? Stretch your minds, look deep, and see if you can come up with a guess as to who the racist is going to blame for the drug smuggling. I'll give you a hint. The hint is in his name.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Fuck off, racist, but also I do have a question. You're a lorry man, right? What's your stance on drugs?
Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body.
He takes a long drag on his cigarette. Why not?
You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage.
You see, Guan, that's the thing. The answer is all of them. Simultaneously. racism is an overachiever. I guess. He went for like half of them? Oh, well. Felt like bloody all of them to me. Okay. Hold on, but they make alcohol in Ilmara too. I was told that they do. By the other racist.
I don't go for that foreign piss. Proper booze is made in Mundi. Or sometimes I like a dram of that Yugograd vodka. Koikos and worse much, but they do no booze.
So I take it you're not smuggling drugs out of Martinez.
Not in, not out. I'll never betray the purity of my tribe.
So you're telling us that you don't know anything about drug smuggling through Terminal B?
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
He puffs on his cigarette. Now, what are you still hanging around here for? Most of the other camionneurs have left.
What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
I did see one lorry with the trailer doors open on my way here. Do you know what happened?
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags when some kip boys smashed his lock and took damn near everything. Lost his fucking job over it.
We were having a good debate about genetics. Healthy life lesson for all of you at home. Never trust or go anywhere near anyone who considers a debate about genetics to be a good time.
Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to.
Serves him right.
It's a fucking travesty, is what it is.
Furiously pulling on his cigarette. So if it's not you, who's running the drugs through Terminal B?
Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well.
Isn't it obvious, says the racist. The guy whose skin color isn't white is responsible for this problem. Thank you. Thank you for your informed opinion, Mr. Racist. Please take a dive into the nearest wood chipper. Some doctors, Quanbush. Wait, the street vendor south of here, that guy's a lorry driver?
Of course he's a lorry driver. What? He tell you he's just some simple businessman or some shit? He's selling his employer stuff after he broke the seals on his Humanox lorry. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood. He's your man, all right? 100%.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself has to say.
Sorry if the water bottle sounds are overpowering the dialogue or something. Guess we need to pay Sealang a visit then? I mean, yes we do, because we need to interview all of them, but... fucking hell.
Guess so.
The reason why I keep doing this, I like checking my stats, seeing if I've accidentally said something political or not. Because sometimes they sneak them in there. So which is the lorry with its doors blown open? Because I don't actually know which one they're talking about. Well, anyway, we'll speak to Sealang.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Shut up, Sam! It's only a stain on my record if you let it be. You could choose to be humble and forgiving. So, Sealing, what's your stance on drugs?
Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs.
I don't know which one to go with. Do I like drugs or do I not like drugs? Chat, help me decide. We're not interested in number 3. We're interested in which of these two to pick before we click number 3, because number 3 will still be available. That's the, it says proceed, so that's the next leg of the journey. These two are optional. So choose 1 or 2. What's our drug stance? Jesus, I'm so fucking bored of people clicking on the one I say not to click on. It wasn't funny the first time. It's not funny now. I don't know how many times I need to ask people to stop. Okay, nobody cares. Cool. Well, I mean, the question of booze and cigarettes and whether they count as drugs can be debated eternally. But I suppose we are trying to avoid the harder stuff, so we'll try and reclaim some sense of dignity and say that we do not like drugs.
That's very cool. I don't like drugs either. I only said I do because I didn't want to sound lame. Peer pressure.
Wait, we can pick both? Why can we pick both? Hang on, let's confuse him. Let's do both.
That's cool. Especially after you said you don't like them. All the cool detectives do drugs without liking them. Sadly, I don't have any drugs on sale here.
I don't like them, but I do them. That's great. I like that. Okay, does he just repeat his shit now?
That's cool.
Ah, no.
Especially after you already said you're into them. All the coolest detectives in the movies do drugs. And are very conflicted about it. Still, no drugs here.
Okay. So there's a version for if it's the second thing and a version for if it's the first thing. I think we found the right balance. All of the things. Yes. We're looking for a lorry driver who's transporting drugs out of the harbour. He or she is in this traffic jam.
That's even cooler. You investigating that and all. But, I am not a lorry driver. I'm just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that.
But you are a lorry man. Another driver has identified you and your lorry.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole.
He stops to think.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream.
So you were embarrassed to tell me?
No, I just forgot. It's such a small part of my life. It's in the rear view mirror now. I'm climbing out of that hole. With ingenuity.
What do you know about the drug operation at the harbour?
Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd. You know, the drug crowd.
There's more here. He's afraid of this crowd, whoever they are, more than he is of the racist lorry man. Who are you afraid of, Sealing?
Look, there's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I've spent 15 years working my way up.
Do we good cop him or do we bad cop him? What do people feel? I'll do another vote. Option 1 is for bad cop. Option 2 is for good cop. We are 2/3 of us nice guys, and we also have one bastard. Who was the bastard? Not sure, am I? We're buddies, Sealing. Help us out. No one will know it was you.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady.
Who are these other drivers who talk?
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now? I really want us to be cool now.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos.
Is the lady driver the old woman back there? The dazed out pale driver? Which, in the context of, I mean, I already knew, but like in the context of the playthrough, when we meet her and see Pale Driver, we haven't learned about the Pale yet. So maybe now we can figure out, based on our conversation with Joyce, why that old woman was in another world, and also why Kim didn't want us to bother her. But the old woman, dazed out, strange.
I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you.
It could be. She was strange. Okay, we're cool now.
All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses, detectives. Both of you. You deserve it.
No, thank you. Find out who the lady driver is and where her lorry is. Is it just me or does lady driver sound like an unnecessarily gendered golf club? Let's figure out if we can see if we can figure out the story of Philippe III the Squanderer. What did this king do? 72% chance. Oh, for God's sake! Christ! All right. We'll just fail everything. Snap your fingers in front of her face. No, we'll try the... Yeah, nothing happens.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Snap your fingers twice.
Where am I? Who are you?
Sounds like Anna from Overwatch. Like a magician recalling a subject from hypnosis, you've jolted her back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. And I still reckon that her hair kind of looks like a cloud of smoke coming out of her mouth in this profile. Just that part. It's hair because it's connected to the rest of it, but it kind of looks like she's... You know? Anyway, are you alright, ma'am? You were out.
Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s.
Wait, what's so bad about the 50s?
The men have small jaws and everything is made out of plastic. Why do you need plastic when you can make the world out of amber?
Where else would you be then?
Back in Mecca, during the time of the revolution. The sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buenguerro. Until you came along, that is.
The look she gives you is accusatory. Who's Gabriel Buenguero?
This is Gabriel Buenguero.
She shows you the photograph in the lavish amber frame. A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide-brim hat. His hair is dark as an oil slick, and his jaw is the most perfectly chiseled thing you've ever seen.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen. And schoolboys used to memorize all his lines.
She leans back, savoring the world she's conjured up. So I take it you were in Mesk when you were young?
Someone was.
She nods as though her meaning were perfectly clear. Someone? Are these not your memories?
They are someone's memories, boy. What difference does it make if it's me or not? They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this, you know? All of this.
Sorry to interrupt your dreaming, ma'am.
I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Loman. It was early spring, and the man behind the black sun had just come out. The posters were 20 meters tall. Everything was golden.
Her eyes narrow, and she appears to take your measure.
While you, people, were tearing each other apart over your petty little revolution, in Methk, it was a golden age.
Right, I have some questions for you. Police questions?
Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
She settles back against the railing of her motor lorry. Behind her, mountains of memorabilia, photos, and knickknacks line the dashboard. What are you hauling?
Diamonds.
Really?
Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was?
Okay, but what are you really hauling?
Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine.
Wait, so you don't know what you're hauling in your own lorry?
I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean.
She says that as if something narcotic is the real reason. Wait, you get high off of driving a lorry?
Oh, it's so much more than a high where I go, Harife. It's low. I go to the bottom.
The interesting thing about this conversation is that it has to be written for people who have already talked to Joyce and for the people who have not talked to Joyce. She closes her eyes in reverie. Yeah, it's definitely some kick. Some terrible kick. The Pale, probably. This Pale sounds like it's the shit. Right, so electrochemistry changes the way it talks, because it already knows about the Pale. What if the cargo is contraband?
Then it's contraband, Loman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like Bad Hand Hermenegildo.
Bad Hand Hermenegildo's bad hand strangled 300 people. What can I say? Some people just really like strangling people. Where do you find the time to strangle 300 people? Like, do you set yourself a daily quota? Because you'd have to, like, unless... You couldn't just go into, like, a pub and find someone and strangle them and then just strangle someone else when you were done. Like, people would see you and they would probably stop you. No matter how strong your hands are, anybody can be swarmed by numbers, you know? Like, so... once a week for 6 years. Maybe. I still don't really understand this whole boyadero thing.
Of course not. To truly understand the boyadero, you need to listen to On the Western Plain.
Okay, what's that?
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain.
I'm guessing that doesn't happen.
Of course not. The boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the river Maygrit, She pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down.
So he gives up his riding and settles down, right?
No. The boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Maigret. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him.
Huh. The Western Plain sounds Cthulhu-y. That might explain the murder. Yeah, ooh boy. It's like a extreme Wild West version of the Brandy and the Sailor song from Guardians of the Galaxy 2. That's not where I thought that was going.
You have to understand. A true boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish.
Oh, she
didn't
was
know
she?
what it meant to love a boyadero.
And he clearly loved her back if he murdered her for daring to suggest that he spend his life with her. Okay, yes, you're into some shit fandoms, lady. What if to truly love a boyadero is to float lifeless downstream? Okay, fucking Christ. Are you the lady driver?
Did you just call me a lady, Jerife?
Well, aren't you? The woman's malevolent cackling fills the roundabout.
I'm a lady like you are Gabriel Buenguerro. Only in dreams.
So you're not the driver everyone's terrified of.
I'm only terrifying to small children, and to those who used to know me.
Why are you scary to the people you used to know? Did you cut them off? Make out like it never happened? And that you were nothing? Did you stoop real low? Treat them like a stranger?
Because they can no longer recognize the person I once was.
Then who is the female driver I was told of?
How should I know? Do I look like I spend a lot of time with the other communers sniffing around, when I have my movies to go to?
Okay.
Oh, Sim.
Before I came, you seemed away. That is a sentence that could be surgically removed from this conversation and placed into an entirely different context.
She's just a distracted old woman. We should maybe let her get back to her things.
You hear that, Lowman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me.
Wait, why is that, Lieutenant?
Nothing. I just don't think she's connected to anything.
It's because of the Pale. He doesn't want your frail mind caught up in it. And this woman has spent time in the Pale. A lot of time. Should you drive a lorry if you get like that?
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best communers around. I drive routes no one else will.
What routes?
Lomonosov's Land, Udashnaya Zemlya, the Western Plain.
So the Western Plain is pale, then? She nods and closes her eyes again, letting her mind submerge. A terrible cold runs over her. Rattling her teeth, she stares inward.
The Transcatolia Magistral. You for 1A. Adestradas do Mirador. All the good ones. The deep trenches. Where the bluebirds fly.
She opens her eyes again and shudders. Cool. Ride until you're dust, sister.
Irmao. I already am dust.
Think I know what's going on with you.
And what is that?
She sticks a filterless cigarette into a cigarette holder and reaches for the light. You're a pail driver. You transport goods through the pail. Given her fucking label as pail driver. Yadoi.
Great. He asked the Pines rep about the bale, and now he's talking to everyone about it.
I'm not talking to everyone about it. I'm talking to the woman who is so paled up to her gills that you can smell it on her about it. She is literally the most appropriate person to talk to the pale about. It's like somebody told me about beer, right? And then you're annoyed at me because I went up to one of those seven Duffs from The Simpsons and had a conversation about beer with them. Like, dude, I'm not going up to children and asking them about beer. I'm asking a dude who is dressed as a beer about beer. That's an acceptable beer target. I feel like my analogy sort of sprouted wings and took on a life of its own there, but back to the pail.
Fine then. Just try not to black out again, and don't contemplate. We don't have time for that.
Oh, I'm contemplating, Kim. I'm drawing existential conclusions from this. No, just for detective work. That's all I needed it for.
That is exactly what I didn't want you to do. Ma'am, my partner wanted to know if you work in pale transport.
No offense. But your partner?
She lights the cigarette. A white and silver cloud of smoke disappears into her mouth.
Seems like a bit of an idiot.
I'm not an idiot. I'm a detective of the RCM. Don't say I'm an idiot. I blacked out from sheer heartbreak and lost all memory of the world.
Like Gabriel Buenguerro in Segúreme, Paraíso. You're the opposite of me, then. I remember everything, even the things I never knew.
Things you never knew.
The smell of liquor on Gabriel's lips after the shoot. In the motor park. The roses on the day of Franco Negro's coronation. On the grand stairs of Ryle. The smoke from the Fowling piece when Dolores Day was shot. The look on her face, like an orgasm. The wound in her chest. My hand in my father's hand. Except I never had a father, and I never shot her innocent Dolores Day.
Over radiation?
Heroic doses, Hervé. Heroic.
Isn't that dangerous?
Thought insertion? Dithering? The Grad Catalan Magistral? It's more than dangerous. It's sad. But at first I had to make a living. Now, when you've seen it all go away like that, rolling off like the sea, and then come back to this...
She gestures at the square. The broken horse monument, the clanging of machines in the distance.
What are we doing here? For thousands of years, Gabriel. It doesn't have to be like this. We can just give up. We can just become a vapor.
What does it look like? The pale.
Like looking into the ocean at night, in the dark.
And
You cannot see it, but you know it's there. And it's big, bigger than anything. Bigger than all the other things combined.
what does it feel like?
Nothing. Until it starts. When you are deep enough. Then, for me, it's like autumn. Dark, gray, and orange. The orange of street lights and the color of streets in the electric light. It smells like autumn too. It smells terrible.
Nostalgia. Cooped up in the cabin, shaking. Terrible nostalgia. For yourself. For humans. It's too much to bear. She loves it. How do you pass through it?
In the belly of an airship, behind the stair windows. So you don't look straight into it. It's not advised to look into it.
Not on this lorry, then.
No, the same one, a roller. They all are nowadays. Special wheels for connecting to the floor of the hold.
She points to the machines clumped up like toys. One last thing. You said we can just become... vapor?
Yes,
Oh, God. I would rather have what I have than what you have. I would rather have what you have than what I have. I feel I already have what you have. In some way.
They say there is a point, one that I have not crossed. In the Pale, super deep. If you stray too far, of course, on the U41A, or in Lomonosov's land, where every step you take is one step further from home, no matter the direction.
For that to be true, you'd have to be home.
It's a point you cannot come back from. Your mind becomes so radiant with the past, there is a flip. Instead of writing, it erases memory, nearing some kind of indescribable finale. Maybe you've been down the motorway south?
She looks at her cigarette, it's almost out. She swallowed it hungrily. Then at you. The motorway south?
It's a story as lone horsemen tell. Lone horsemen, Sheriff, not Pale drivers. Way beyond the established Pale that's lit by radio frequencies, where it goes silent and dark, and the process begins, erasure, kilometer by kilometer, in any direction. The motorway south is a road you cannot come back from.
What is at the end of the motorway south?
No one knows what's at the end. I've only glimpsed the beginning. I've only felt it in the distance, when I was a child. A child rowing on the lake.
Ma'am?
Hosianna.
A sigh escapes her lips and then silence as she stares within herself. There's nothing more to do now. She's far away. She's receding, in the clutches of some indescribable scattered emotion, a child, descending.
You've fried both your brains enough for today, detective.
He inspects
get
her
some
to no
air.
response.
This one's far gone.
I think I missed a topic with her. I didn't ask her about the drugs.
Huh?
Yeah.
What
here we
is
are.
it? What do you want?
She comes to as if nothing happened before. You seem like a woman who knows a thing or two about drugs.
What do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I see, what I feel, the great adversary, no drugs can compare.
The adversary? Geppetto?
Yes, there is a protagonista and an adversario. I am on the side of the adversary. There's no coming back from that hole.
The Pale. Sounds like the drug to me. That's not really what I was getting at.
Then what were you getting at?
What is it that you're hauling, exactly?
Your man, Lowman. What of it?
Okay, let me put this another way. Are you smuggling drugs?
Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way.
How can you not know what you're hauling in your own lorry?
Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grad, on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiriza to Grad, Lowman?
Drugs?
No, Lowman. Diamonds.
Damn this. Make her answer. If you're making fun of me right now, you better start we won't be that mean. I didn't ask you about diamonds, did I? I don't care about that.
Diamonds are good for you, Lowman. You should try them sometime. Make yourself pretty like Eva de Zoras.
If you had to guess, who do you think is smuggling drugs around here?
Easy. He's the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet. Also, he's the only one I can see from here.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others. Okay, if you're not involved, why are you waiting here?
Where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music, or the seagulls. Look at all the colors and the futures of this world. It's a good palate cleanser, this jamboree.
Mm-hmm.
Or I can just relax and let my mind carry me back where it will, to the Great Plains.
I think we're done here, no?
Yes, go. Enough jamboree. I need to get back to Mesky.
Curious woman. Motorway south. At the edge of the map, the landmass begins to disintegrate into pure trigonometry. The ocean melts, becoming a tangle of sines and cosines. The mountain range turns into a sharp-angled azimuth. Its green rain shadow dithers like music turning into a waveform, and then vanishes. This is the end. A half-remembered textbook from your childhood. The porch collapsing on the edge of the Isola. A transition from reality to pale. A single vector shoots out like a rocket. It's the motorway south, splintering off from the known pale. To where? Where does it go? Where does it come from? Where does it go? Where does it come from? Motorway Joe. We have space, but we're at that point in the game where we have to start expecting to get more thoughts and knowing that we can only use 12. So I don't know that I want to take this one, because it's one that I recognize. Like the two that we got more recently, the Krasmazov and the Apricot Chewing Gum, those are new to me, as was Anti-Object Task Force. Hobocop, Superstar, the Communism Thought, the Caustic Echo, Jamais Vu, they weren't new, but they were also kind of... I don't think I'd done the Superstar one before. I'd definitely done Hobocop and Communist, but like we were gonna do Communist. Hobocop is a fairly fun early one. Caustic Echo is like one of the two that you get from your ledger. Like it made sense to take all of these, whereas this was new, this was new, this was new. This isn't, but it also feels just as optional. So I feel like I'd rather explore different ones in this playthrough. Space is so warped behind the event horizon of a black hole that movement in every direction leads closer to the singularity. The way to reach the singularity as slow as possible is to take no action. Yeah, but how do you get out? Do you just not? Alright, so we're gonna have to go back to talking to people. Again. It's possible that we,
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man.
here we are.
What's up?
I heard that one of the drivers is a woman, but I don't think she's here. Do you know this lady driver?
I don't want to talk about that.
He shifts around, suddenly uncomfortable, then looks away. Why? Do you know something? What is it?
Man, I was hoping it isn't going to be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. And I don't know where she is.
I asked you who's conducting the drug trade. You said you didn't know. Now you're saying you do?
I didn't, man. I told you I was hoping it's not her. That she wouldn't be mixed up in it.
Who is this person? What's her name?
Thank God I don't know. People here call her the Lady Driver. She kept her name a secret. From me, too. Now I see why.
Who is she to you?
A friend? An acquaintance. I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's someone I don't want to rat out to the law, okay?
What does she look like?
A youngish woman. Gruff, but in a cool way.
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Dyed. It was violet when she got here. Blue before she went.
When did she leave?
Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad. She's not a bad person. I know that much.
See if this takes away the -1 rhetoric and gives me something positive.
We can't just let it go. It's part of a police investigation.
Besides, we're not frozen enough.
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled. If you hunt her down, she may not survive it. I can't have that on my conscience.
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on this. This is information only.
I don't believe you.
Believe us, it really is.
I just can't, man. I'm not naive.
You said she's troubled. How?
She's got the darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over. And you're looking for a way out.
You've got the darkness in you. No way out. You've got the darkness in you.
She shared this with you?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her.
Come on, man. Life is just a joke.
Maybe, but not another person's life.
I was told everyone's afraid of her. You're not?
I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life. But I wasn't afraid of her. More like for her.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind,
Hold on, her mind?
the way it worked, the trouble it was giving her.
The pain it was causing her. When she left, did she leave her lorry behind?
Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of drivers here who couldn't stand her, or were afraid of her. They'd be more than happy to rat her out.
Push Tommy and it will break his heart and his spirit. Don't expect you to be pals. Now is not a time to focus on feelings. You need that info, son. It's right there. The answer is right here. You need to ask him. Come on, do it! Put yourself in my shoes. I need this for another investigation, too. It's important. I can't blow it.
You're not gonna put a bullet in your head if you blow it, are you? 'Cause she's on the edge, man.
I wouldn't be so sure, Tommy. Imagine it. An explosion of stars. Goodbye, world of men, money, and machines. Can we not? Please, Inland Empire? Can you not? Let's not force Tommy. He's nice enough. Maybe we can bully the racist.
Thank you, friend. Wow, this makes me feel like I should pick up smoking again. Would help with my rhymes, too.
Oh, we got a breakthrough. Coincidentally, it's a suicide thought. Ugh.
It's clearly a lie. Kraz Mazov didn't shoot himself. Reaction was on the counteroffensive. The State Day Palace in Mirova was surrounded. He was either assassinated or died in the bombing. You might even have evidence to support this, somewhere in your brain. Mazov was never given a state funeral by the communists. Some people even say the body that was recovered from the ruins wasn't his. There, good. Hero restored to glory. Carry on, comrade.
Thank you, Krasmazov! White check failures heal all morale. +1 rhetoric as well. Oh my god. That is amazing. I need to go fail something immediately. Fuck. Let's see if we can bully the racist into telling us about the lady driver.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Firstly, fuck off. Second, I know you've been giving me the runaround. Fess up. Where's the lady driver?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Then why are you smirking?
Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cubs don't run Revachol West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run anything.
So who does? You?
No. He means La Puta Madre.
The name resounds like a bell in the air. A dark gong. You get a bad feeling about it.
Yeah, him.
Cross your arms and nod.
Then I presume you are familiar with his peonies.
Yeah, they're his little bitches. He's got them all over the unions.
Not just the unions. He has peonies everywhere. Some say he even has them in the RCM. Dirty fucking peonies who'd do anything for him. Multi-ethnic drug addicts.
Say nothing.
You're not peonies. You wouldn't be investigating a drug thing if you were.
No, of course not. We're not peonies. But if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing from him, then it's a good peony's job to find out who that is. It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Padre Madre angry. But a stupid fucking racist is standing in the way, protecting this fucking thief.
I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the Lorrymen and Carters Guild.
His eyes dart between you and the lieutenant. I love this because I love letting Kim just scare the fuck out of this racist prick.
You've seen that corpse in the ceramic armor there. Did his shitty little guild protect him?
Nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you...
He tries to light a fresh cigarette, but his hands are shaking now. The sentence simply ends. The lieutenant turns and gives you a barely perceptible nod. Be careful. The man's still got some fight in him, by the looks of it. It won't be easy to break him. Make him tell you what he knows. 83% chance. We lose a point for the go fuck yourself, but Kim gave us a +2, and we got another one which balances the go fuck yourself, because we literally just openly went through his cabin while he was looking at us earlier. So we can make this even better with a physique boost. Just please don't lower my goddamn psyche or I will die. I'm hovering over the damn morale charge. I don't trust you. Yep! Bastards. 92% chance. Well, we failed, but we got our morale back. Jesus Christ. We failed a 92! The main thing is to not overdo it. Even when you're trying to scare someone, the most important thing is, how does it look on your resume? Why don't you and me step outside for a little talk?
What? What do you think we're doing right now, runt? We're outside, talking.
Damn it, I mean, do you want to find somewhere private to... No, shit.
There's some kind of homo thing?
Yeah, maybe it is.
Okay, that's enough, detective. That's enough. Let's just go and ask Tommy, alright? We are wasting our time here.
I don't want to annoy Tommy. Damn it! That's a really shit one to fail. No, I don't want this. Do I want to put a skill point into Half-Light? I mean, I do, because I really, really, really don't want that to be the fucking legacy. But I guess I'm gonna bloody save. Because fuck that. Welcome to Revachol. Don't
Looking for
stay
something,
too
Hunt?
long.
Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Right, 92 again. If we fail again, I'm retiring. Thank you. Still got a fucking 1 in there, though. Men like this only respect 2 things. Strength and fear. Time to turn up the volume. Show me her lorry right fucking now. The lady driver's lorry. Where is it?
Fuck you, I told you. I'm not gonna...
There. His voice grows smaller as yours... Okay. We got choices. We've got, I'm gonna fuck you for the rest of my life. I've been to your fucking lorry. I know where it is. I'm gonna burn it down. Or, what's your name? I'm gonna go on police radio saying this guy told Madre to fuck off. So, what flavor of threat? Sexual violence? Property damage? Or framing him to the crime boss? 1, 2, 3. Please weigh in. Anyone and everyone. Nobody wants the property damage. How very polite of y'all. This one was leading before it evened out to 50-50. It's probably not really sexual violence. It's more, I'm gonna fuck you, as in I'm gonna spend the rest of my life fucking you over and making your life hell. Let's go with that. Let's stand on our own 2 feet instead of leaning on the puta madre stuff.
Fucking homo cop.
Okay, so he did interpret it that way. A globule of sweat gathers at his brow.
Look, fuck you, man. It's some lorry down there. Green, banged up thing. I don't fucking know who she is.
How do I vote? What actually happens if I press it when there's nothing to vote on? Yeah, it doesn't react. It should appear on my screen. You've got to have, I think, the extension, I guess, active. Like, I think you can turn these things off. If you're on mobile, you might not see it. I've heard conflicting things. Some people say, oh, I'm on mobile, so I don't have it. Other people say, no, I'm on mobile and I'm fine.
When did she go away?
I don't know. I don't even know her name. She just rolls with the fleet and acts like a big shot. Some dyke, probably. I haven't even seen her for days.
Where exactly is her lorry?
Past the monument. Down there. The Green Temple. Now, leave me the fuck alone, okay?
A small temple by the monument. Green. Let's get into that lorry.
Right. Don't know why this was lit up. There's no other Half-Light checks. That was the only one, which is bloody annoying for the EXP, but we'll probably be getting some EXP from finishing this quest, so we might get another skill point for spending out of that. This green Faln A to Z Contemporain is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead. It's seen better days.
This must be the one he told us about. Unless he was lying.
The lieutenant peeks inside. Try to peek in the window. The glass in the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can barely make out the shape of a seat and 2 steering levers. It feels like you're peeking into someone's home residence. Inside it's private, cozy, warm. Dusty too. One second. Try the door handle. The door is locked. The handle looks shiny, like it's recently replaced. I have a 58.3% chance to roll 7 or higher, but I've only done that once in 5 times. Cool! How are we going to get this open, Kim?
Use the pry bar to smash the window. Open it from the inside.
Really?
This has been hard enough. No need to make it any harder.
Okay, fizz instrument, 83% chance, +1 lifted weights. I can do an 83% chance without chat help, right? Yes, I fucking can. So, there. I've rolled a 9. With a firm grip, you raise the pry bar, a glint of light catching on the tip. Call down the hammer of truth and justice.
I never affiliate with anyone who isn't prepared to drown me in money.
But we're a communist, damn! I mean, thank you, Spexus. I appreciate the sub. Release your secrets, Laurie Cabin. Smash it. Say, fuck the police, and then smash it. Say, welcome to Revachol, window, and smash it. Or 4, I'm sorry, smash it apologetically. See, this one always makes me sad, because number 3 is, without context, kinda badass. It's like saying, you know, this is how we do things in this city, fuck you. But in context, we know that Welcome to Revachol is a racist slogan, so we can't say that because we're not a racist. And it would be very uncharitable to Kim. So, basically racists ruin everything. Damn racists. So we're gonna go with fuck the police. The window shatters and droplets of glass fly everywhere, shattering over the lorry floor and pavement.
Sato.
Says the lieutenant and sticks his hand in the window, like a common car thief, and then opens it. The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals. These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s, the teens, even the 90s of the last century. One of them particularly catches your eye. A centerfold of an ingenue attached right above the back seat. The actress is draped in a sheath dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across the poster. She's looking past the camera. A feeling of tenderness washes over you. A longing even, perhaps. A gentle tragedy. Wait, doesn't she resemble someone you know? But you can't put a finger on whom exactly. Well, enough of the posters. The actresses and the rare actor all smile you a warm goodbye. A radio transmitter is attached to the dashboard and a toolbox sits under the driver's seat. Looks like the frequency dial is absent. The radio requires a key to work, but the key has been removed, likely by the missing lady driver.
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least.
Why would anyone need so many radio stations?
For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW and UKV. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation. With quite a range too.
Is there anything we can do with the radio?
Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without a dial key.
What else is here? The smell of 1,000 cigarettes, dead actresses, and a rusty old toolbox. Check the pedals. You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here, a hammer, a pair of pliers, a rusty wrench, have been casually thrown by the disorganized driver. But one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper glued to the throttle. Why would someone glue a piece of sandpaper to the gas pedal?
Sandpaper? A novel technique. Must be to offer some extra grip to the driver's foot.
Back up into the cabin again. The movie stars are still smiling from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in front, toolbox, tools. Pull out the pull-out toolbox. A metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty except for a folded newspaper, which will unfold. It's an issue of Peripherique from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls out from its pages. Pick up the note. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the Ulan frequency system. These formulas look oddly painful. Maybe it's the hangover, but they give you a headache.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
No idea. That's it. You close the rusty old lorry door.
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? Before we return to Joyce? All right, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep.
Seems like something police would do. What do you think of all this, Kim?
Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net.
What would that even mean, Guan? Universal and local?
I'm not sure what the Ulan frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed, or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks.
Listening in on your calls between you and your station? Worrying prospect. How do you think this is connected to the Union?
We didn't find anything conclusive linking them to the smuggling operation. But somehow, I doubt that Evrard Clare would be oblivious to something like this happening right under his nose. My suggestion is, we use it against the Union in any way we can, to our own ends. It's a slippery hill, but we just might be able to pin them down, indirectly, down the road.
What about the movie posters? How do they factor into all this?
As elegant as they are, I don't think they are relevant to the drug trade.
Don't be fooled. Desire always plays a role. A lot of women there, especially for a lady driver's cabin. Oh no. Which flavor of stupid, though? Because it's like, maybe the trader is some sort of cinephile, or could the film industry be involved? The clueless straight guy is the least dumb of these options.
Yes, well,
He doesn't say anymore. Will the RCM open an investigation into this?
we should return to the murder case. See what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest our narcotics department look into it. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation, sometime later when we are done here. We do not want to get caught in that.
He stops to think. What are you thinking?
The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madrid grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome.
Corruption?
All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either.
Okay. Debrief over?
Debrief over. After you.
Nobody likes internal affairs. Not even internal affairs. Okay, back to Joyce. Hey, officer, got a minute. Guess Tommy is pleased that we found out without going through him.
I saw you poking around in Lady Driver's lorry. She in trouble?
The racist told us where her cabin is. We only searched it.
Still better than me, I guess. Told you there's plenty of others who tell on her. But is she in trouble?
I can't disclose the facts of an official investigation to you.
It's that bad. Man, what should I do? What should I do to help her?
No need for you to do anything. Don't worry. The police are looking into it.
Yeah, maybe I should just keep my head down and work on my rhymes while I can.
What's the plan with those rhymes, anyway?
Oh, you know. Tommy Leham's gonna be a musician. Sprechgesang, but with beats. I've got a lot of free time on the road to hone my craft.
The correct grammar is Tommy Lahm. Why Tommy Lahome?
Tommy Lam was taken. My real name's Jerry Lafitte. Tommy's way better.
Alright, I had another question, actually. I actually don't, but still. Shall we thank our friend the racist for the tip?
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Fuck off, racist. Damn it. Okay. So we did end up looking at this. Did I get the... No, I didn't. Did I get the, shoes? Did I end up getting those? I don't believe I did. So we got room for Viz Calc. I've already put a point into that. But it would be nice to put another one in to unlock a set of tracks, broken window, footprints in the dust. The only one that really matters is set of tracks, but it's quite a lot to get out of that skill. I cannot fucking believe how many fucking times I have failed in this playthrough. It is
Doors open,
absolutely nuts. Conceptualization could do with some unlock. They don't all matter, but my god. Yeah, no, that is actually true, Sam. Yes, simply efficient, boring, and straight-laced. You absolutely... It's a tracked metric. Superstar Cop, Apocalypse Cop, Sorry Cop, Boring Cop. And there is an achievement. There is an achievement... I don't believe you can see my Steam overlay when I bring it up. I think it gets hidden on stream, but I've got it open now. I've actually got this achievement. I don't remember unlocking it, but unbelievably boring fuck. Say 7 incredibly boring things. Hyperstellar lore official, say 7 deranged superstar lines. The opener of the 8th seal, which is for saying 8 apocalypse things. Literally the sorriest cop on earth, apologize 10 times. Big communism builder, say 9 communist things. The world's most laughable centrist, say centrist things 7 times. Baddest hustler in the neoliberal hood, preach free market 9 times. Enemy of the physical realm, bang up 5 inanimate objects. There's one for saying 10 traditionalist things, which is fascism. Oh, there's new achievements now. That's nice. There's an achievement for solving the case without even inspecting the body. God damn. How have I reached Communism 39? Intentionally. Do not question, comrade! You played communism, but you only reached 22. Well, I'm on day 3, so clearly you just missed some. You're tempted to get this game just to see how you're... Right, because you like not going for any particular playthrough, just saying what you want to say at all times. And I do recommend playing the game that way. The interesting thing is about to happen, maybe not today, but apparently when you go to sleep on night 3, that's when the prompt for the new quests come up. And there's 4 new quests, but you can only do one of them because they're tied to the 4 political ideologies. So on night 3, you get to, I think, choose. I don't know if you can only choose the ones that you've dabbled in, or whether they literally would allow me to choose the fascist one for no reason, even though I've got 0, but... I'm imagining they're just going to give me the communist one because of this, but if you had... Because you can say... You can... Like, if I've had 40 options to speak politically, and I have, because 39 won, I could be 10, 10, 10, 10 if I was really careful. In which case I would have had all of the activations for the political viewpoints. It might be less interesting than you think, Barker Shinobi. It would just be less content. But yeah, there's a part of me that would love to go through and play this game over and over again, and it wouldn't be as miserable because, you know, if you're picking it apart like that, you'd just start to skip dialogue and move through to the salient points. But I don't know that would be good. I think that would... I think that would, what's the word? Kill your enthusiasm for the game. Be kind of like studying it. Anyway, I'll be back. Just give me a quick second to look at something. Given how shit the other 3 political categories are, you're pretty sure you'd break the game and get more communist selections than is physically possible. Banana Gun, the first time you were playing, you said whatever you wanted to, but then on day 2 or something, you realized you were becoming a boring cop, and so you went out of your way to become a superstar. Yeah, the game will do that to you. The game, like, I was a sorry cop in my first playthrough because I'm not much of an apologetic person IRL. I'm more likely to find a reason not to, which isn't very good for me as a person, I know, but like I just try to avoid fucking up, and so usually when I do fuck up I find a reason as to why it wasn't my fault. But in this game, because you are cast into the role of someone who has fucked up so tremendously, I apologized all the time because if I were in that position I would. If I'd done those fucking things I would apologize because I'd feel like shit. So I was an absolute sorry cop. And I'm trying not to be this time. Because I was last time. It's not that I can't apologize, it's that I do everything I can to avoid having to. And I don't mean that as in weaseling out of my problems, I mean trying to avoid pissing people off in the first place. Except on my stream, but, you know, you get what you pay for, right?
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
I spoke with the lorry men at the roundabout.
Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered?
Wait, where exactly are these eyes located?
It doesn't really matter. And I do apologise for the surveillance. Wild Pines can't afford to be blind at a time like this.
Right. But yeah, I think I'll put a point into VizCalc.
In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official investigation? I assume you discovered there is an operation.
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation, subject to confidentiality. I am sure you understand.
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. I trust you with the rest. Now it's my turn. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands.
Sam, you have an odd version of cognitive dissonance. What you actually say or do is often wildly different to what you want to do, because your anxiety fucks with it. That can happen, yeah. How am I Communism 39 and holding on to 107 real? That would be the reason for the one ultra-liberal. I broke my principles once and only once, and by God, it was for money. The words bloodbath sound cold in her mouth. They taste of iron and strawberries. I guess I've just always been of, I don't know if... There was a line in the first season of Orange is the New Black by the character played by Captain Janeway, where she says, "Sorry doesn't do me shit." I prefer to take action towards fixing a situation than sit around hand-wringing and being like, "Oh, I'm so sorry this happened." I'm like, "Oh, shit. I fucked up, did I? Okay, good to know. I won't do that in the future, and this is how I'm going to change it." If I remember, I'll put the word sorry in there somewhere, but sometimes I forget that, and it ends up not mattering because I've kind of demonstrated it. I don't know. It's just kind of how my brain does it. How often do I stream? 5 nights a week, but I only stream this game on Saturdays. I stream Final Fantasy XIV most of my time. On Saturday I do variety, and right now the variety game is Listen. So, if you want to watch me play Disco Elysium, Saturday is the day. What was that about a bloodbath?
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
That's bad.
Since you are sharing, ma'am, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
My worst-case scenario is an apocalypse, but sure. Civil war.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be.
I've already heard about a connection between the lynching and the strike, but I need your testimony.
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail.
A momentary lapse of faith?
They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric, or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor.
Do you need a security detail?
Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Well, considering the dead one hanging from a tree, I'm going to assume that failed.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenell, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating.
So, yeah, it's a good point from Guabush. Yeah, this whole Disco Elysium playthrough is available on my channel, highlighted. I don't let those VODs disappear, unlike the 14 ones, because there'd be too many of those.
They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the Colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night.
Last Sunday night, yeah, we lynched a mercenary. He was very, very scary, but then we put him in a tree. Sorry. What then?
Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbor. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenell contractors carry out their orders, for now.
The remaining 2. For now.
It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
Independent military tribunal is a very, very, very generous way to describe what is currently going on, but sure.
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
It'll be all of them. The decision is already made. You've made a mess here.
It was the Union who strung him from that tree.
Oh, fuck off.
My hope is that you provide a single concrete suspect before Crenell indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put,
She grabs hold of the mainsail.
if you don't pin this on someone good, and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
The Debarders have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a Hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty. These men work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all. As I said, a bloodbath.
Maybe a good bloodletting is just what Martinez needs. Houses drenched in red, blood gushing down Rue Saint-Cispert. The whole place mopped with a giant red rag. Fresh bullet holes for all the old buildings. Shudder.
It will not be a pretty sight.
Shudder again.
It will not be a pretty sight. 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 It will not be a pretty sight.
Hey Joyce, remember when you were having a go at me for getting stuck in a loop?
It will not be a pretty sight. It will not be a pretty sight. It will not be a pretty sight.
You are not but a puppet on my string. Ha ha
It
ha!
will not be a pretty sight.
Okay. Isn't this a pretty bleak scenario you're describing?
Many bleak scenarios have already come true. Nameless, badgeless detective of the citizens' militia. All we can do is keep the rest from going the same way. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation.
What can you tell me about Krenel?
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell.
That's ironic, considering how this is most definitely not going to go. Down well. So, does anyone else think that private military contractor is one of the most unsettling phrases in any language? There's just something quite bad about the idea of private military contractor. You think peacekeeping force sounds worse? Oh, there's definitely worse out there. I'm just saying that this particular one doesn't exactly lend itself to sleeping peacefully through the night. Unless you're dead. Alfino made one of those. Ah, fuck, yeah. Down a deep black well.
They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries.
There's a fourth world?
Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Is that like a fourth dimension?
Yes. All the good conflict corridors, Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands, countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil.
Anything else you've got on them?
Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources.
Changing your name sure is the sign of a good PMC.
If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
They really need a better fucking acronym than the ICP's database.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP, man?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenel.
Could you contact the company, tell them to call it off?
I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us.
You said the deceased assaulted a woman?
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it.
Who did the passing on, then? Well, I mean, if we're going to word it that way, the dead guy did the passing on.
The remaining contractors. Their tribunal. It's what they believe.
What do the teenagers say?
That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
Lieutenant consults his notebook, his eyebrows knitted in concentration.
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with the lynching. Where did it take place? And when?
Last Sunday night. At the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk. Maybe on narcotics, too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him.
Who was the woman?
That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor. About a rumor. In any case, it's what the colonel's remaining colleagues believe.
You'll meet her soon enough, you feel. This colonel, the one who was hanged, did you know him?
If you mean did I see him alive? Yes. But I did not know him.
His name was...
Lely. His service name. A nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one.
This Lely, anything else? Nationality? How old would you say he was?
He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age, or gauge his facial expressions.
Indeed, this matches the dental reconstruction we saw on the body. What else? Nationality? Accent?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian, maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it. Through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once.
First world was US-aligned Western countries, second world was USSR, and third world was everyone else. Yeah, we don't really use second world anymore. We use first world to mean us, and third world to mean... troubled. Must be hard to force your face to move in a new fashion. If you continue like this, you'll have an aneurysm. Then you'll have to, too. Got a thought waiting to burst out, and we have another task done, asking Joyce about the lynching. Where are the well, actually, can we go back to asking about the others?
Lely.
Tell me about the others.
One is a man, Corty, they call him, a nickname as well. The other a woman, Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio operator.
What would you say was his eye color? The deceased's?
She closes her eyes, trying to picture the man's face, then shakes her head.
I can't remember.
There's a pang of regret to her voice.
That's all right, ma'am. Anything else? Nationality? What would you say was his age?
He was 40. Or 50.
Indeed.
Yeah, we've done that.
These matches the...
In a way, it was humanized.
I can't remember if he says it somewhere or if it's a skill that didn't trigger in this playthrough, but I think the reason why Kim asks that about eye color is to check whether she's telling the truth. He might bring it up later, but I think it might be a skill hunch, like a esprit de corps or something, and I didn't get it this time. But the idea is that if she knows him as little as she says, then she'll have no idea what his eye color was. But if she answers it, means that she knew him better than she's letting on. Where are the remaining two mercs now?
They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
Wait. So the private militants think we're vigilante. The private militants that are planning an execution of citizens in this town that is not their home think we're vigilantes. Can we perhaps bring them like a mirror or something to look at? Fucking hell. Gav, please, vigilantes don't get paid. You should show those meatheads exactly how savage you really are. Oof. We still need to know where they are.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
Say nothing, say all countries suck, say who cares, life is meaningless, say never mind. I don't know what you're... Is that a specific line of dialogue with Joyce? Or is that just how you feel? We have a red check here. Where are the mercenaries? So we can do a little chat boost. It's logic, which I don't have a lot of, but it's not a difficult check. If you could increase my logic for me, just, you know, give me a brain booster. Intellect is the skill at hand. That moment you can't see Gav reply to your comment because Twitch gave you an ad. Well, I mean, I didn't actually reply to it at all. I was busy. Let me just answer this before this goes away. 72% chance. Whew, okay, good. Oh, we're not actually asking her. This is a logic check. We're figuring it out. That's cool. Hi, I'm part blind today, but judging by the RCM standards, that would make me the perfect cop/polling assistant for Gav. Are you making a Kim joke? Kim is perfect, and you will not shame him for his poor eyesight. One is obviously the scab leader at the harbour gates, the one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise. The other has a vantage point at a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers. One must be the goon in ill-fitting work clothes by the harbour gates, the scab leader.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a powder keg. Does this not bother you?
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
One is probably in a building overlooking the roundabout.
That would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
One eye is dysfunctional because you have an eye infection. Ay, ay, ay.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have an earpiece?
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a short wave at the ship's wheel.
She nods towards the sloop's cabin. I have another question for you.
I hope I can answer it better.
How much time do we have?
Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob, and their impatience.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative.
There is a brief silence. Seagulls squawk over the bay. 5 days. Not more. Maybe sooner. The real answer is as long as you need, I think. The game will progress its story. I've found that I don't know if there's an upper limit as to how much time you can spend doing things, but what I have noticed is that if you do all of the main story things, you will get a sort of point of no return hint shortly before you do something that I'm not going to talk about yet. And once you've done that, more things occur. But if you've never played the game before, I can imagine you'd be feeling a little bit worried about the ticking time. A certain event will happen after a certain amount of time if you stretch it long enough without progressing. That makes sense, but I don't know how you could get that far without, like, abusing reading books and shit to pass time unnecessarily, because the game just doesn't have that much in it.
It's a matter of days, not weeks.
That's enough for now.
I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask.
Can you tell me about these tattoos now? Voice didn't play. Of course. Excuse my hesitation before. She reaches over the guard wire and takes the photo, holds it in her hand. For about half a minute. In silence.
It was taken with a Trigat not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Stay quiet and observe the woman's expression. Her mouth is relaxed, the accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface. What do you think?
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars.
She points to one on the photo paper.
I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent.
Like stars in the sky.
Close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels.
What is the use of this map?
The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption
Oh, what an
to
incredible
be
machine.
reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it.
Where is he now? I've spoken to him. For now the soul is fastened inside his corpse. Let's be weird.
That is precisely what the sailors feared when they drew these maps. A fear of drowning within one's own corpse.
Don't cremate me. Don't cremate me. That was a fucking terrible little conceit of a Doctor Who episode, that one was. What travels did the dead man make?
Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He started somewhere near here, I think.
What next?
What comes
Then he made
next?
his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semines Islands, then this.
She points to his heart.
Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Interinsulary Age.
The old world passing by, and the new world already here.
You said you can't read it.
No.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
Who could tell me more?
His platoon members? The other contractors. Though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade.
Hey, would you like to see the corpse of your buddy? We want you to read the story of his chest for us. You know, the one that's rotting. What? What do you mean my face looks really punchable, right? Ah! Challenge accepted. I say we do it. Oh boy. Hello, Summer B76. We're using the extension, so you've got a bit of Twitch interaction as well. Let's make this a vote. I press this button, and then for 15 seconds on my Twitch screen, a little window will pop up if you're not on mobile, which will allow you to click one of these two options to vote on what it's not very. There's two things that there's four things you can do. Two of them are you've got buttons on the left side of my screen. One of them will show you my skill layout, and the other one will show you my quest list, and you can go through that at your own will anytime. The other two things you can only do when I choose them, and that is the chat vote, which will vote on the lines, though it's only a guide. I don't have to pick what you guys pick. I just get the information. It's not one of those Twitch integration services where I give you the control. I just give you... It's like asking you a question. The other thing is I can press this button here, and that will allow you to temporarily raise one of my stats and temporarily lower another one. And so because of that, when we're doing really hard red checks, I can ask you to, like, give me 1 bonus point for a little bit. And so we use that a lot to hopefully succeed more. It's a very friendly Twitch integration. It's not really there to fuck with the streamer, it's just there to make the streamer's job easier. So I'm going to press the vote button now. Yeah, I haven't pressed it yet because there's... I didn't want to run that while I was explaining. So I'm going to press that now, and you'll have 15 seconds, give or take the delay. You'll probably see it come up before I finish this sentence because of that delay. But yeah, whether we ask about the tattoos or not. So you see it, it'll highlight the winner, unless it's 50-50, in which case it'll only highlight whichever one is top. So 2/3 of the people say ask, so we will ask. We will not back off. We will walk straight up to the mercenaries and show them their friend's corpse. Fantastic. What a brilliant idea. I'm gonna die.
Do what you have to do, Detective. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security, but if you should wade into the mob to find out, I couldn't stop you.
We will be careful, ma'am.
No, we won't. We're never fucking careful. That's all. Thank you for your help.
Is there anything else I can help you with? More lessons in basic reality?
I do still want to do this check
My
at some
favorite.
point,
Glad
but
to have been a visit.
can't. Before you ask, make a save. Well, we'll be fine.
Apricot chewing gum scented one.
We completed a thought, by the way.
August 2nd. Early late summer. You're getting off the streetcar in Le Jardin, east of the river. Her father and mother are middle class. The nylon of her little jacket rustles next to you in the dark like autumn leaves. Her heels click on the pavement. You're walking up to the gate in front of her parents' house. She takes out her chewing gum and you kiss her. A feeling like electricity flows through your whole body. Immediately, you know that you've entered a completely different world.
Who would have thought that ruminating on memories of our ex-wife would make us see things more clearly? +2 perception from that thought alone. That is brilliant. Okay. Absolutely loving that. That puts our perception at 5. Compared to our reaction speed and savoir-faire of 0 and our hand-eye coord of 1. It's just the nature of having 1 motorix. I do have 2 skill points now. I was going to spend one on Viz Calc. I wanted to unlock those checks. Gives me a number of things to check on. Only one of which I consider important, but the other 2 will do. At least as an attempt, you know? Yeah, that's Joyce and the lorry people done. The next thing to do is to check in with the Hardy Boys, which we will do. Ooh, what's that? Hello? Stop. Come on. Gimme. The book is titled Man from Hjelmdal and the Wildfire. Thanks, very good. So, this isn't as important. This is reconstructing the movement of tire tracks here. 58% chance I won't use the chat boost for it. If we fail it again, I don't care. Yeah. We've already seen, so the tire tracks carry further and they end up leaping over the pawn shop and over the canal. So we've seen the next step, we don't need to see the first step. But the shoes I will use the chat boost for, because I'd like to get the shoes actually done. Where are they? Here. You only put 1 point in Motorix, so you had to spend a bunch of time taking speed constantly. Oh, you had to, did you? Alright, sure. Okay, so I'm going to press the other button here. What you want to do is add a +1 to my Motorix. You also have to lower one of my stats, but it only lasts for 30 seconds, so it doesn't really matter. Lower physique, it's the highest one. That's what they usually do. It's not constant. It has a cooldown, but the cooldown only really affects it if I'm trying to do 2 checks within the same couple minutes, which is why I didn't use it for the other one, because I wasn't going to have the time. Oh, did that not go up? It did go up. It did, but it didn't? Wait, that's Motorix. Did we hit the wrong one? It was meant to be intellect. Maybe because we were talking about Motorix. I might have said the wrong one. I asked for motor? I asked wrong. I asked wrong. No, it's because the check is... It's because the thing itself is perception here. You don't get to see it unless it's perception, but VisCalc is the... I Harbor. But you see, yeah, 136. It doesn't matter that much because still 72% chance. We got a good shot at it. I might save though because I made the mistake. I don't know. We don't need this, but it would be nice to have. I try to avoid cheating in this game, so let's just go and see what happens. Oh, that's a good point. VisCalc clothes. I have a +1 already, though. I think I checked this before, and I didn't have anything that was gonna do more. Yeah, I do have clothes. It's just that they're on the glasses here. Do I have anything on that decreases it? No, I wouldn't. I'd have to have 2 that increase and 1 that decreases for that. Logic glasses? Nope. VisCalc glasses. Logic glasses don't exist. Wait, no, yes they do. But they're not on. There. There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. Maybe more than 12? No. 8. 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. Let's go over them, one by one. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 46. Number 44, otherwise same. Number 43, hobnailed. Number 45 or 46, which is it? You don't know. It's a miracle you can tell these prints apart as it is. The cold must have preserved them. Okay, count more. Number 5 is another standard work boot, still steel reinforced. Number 44, same as number 2. Number 6 is an aberration, light as air, even pace, same make of boot, but number 41. Male or female? Impossible to tell. Could also have been an adolescent. The gait is undeveloped. I'm pretty good at this, ain't I? You're not bad. It's as if the whole world darkens. Everything else is a thin film of unimportance on it, and the tracks burn in the middle of it in a strange, beautiful way. Who's the one idiot without steel toes? Good question. The way you wrote that, Sephiroth, have you ever played old LucasArts adventure games? Specifically, have you ever played Day of the Tentacle? Because the way you wrote that, I don't know, but I heard it in my head in the voice of Day of the Tentacle's George Washington. Okay, who's the idiot who started the fire? Count the rest. 7 is the glowing outline of a standard work boot, number 46, but the imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms. And yet another standard work boot, number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole, however. The right sole is smoother, more worn.
How many?
The lieutenant has been tracking your eyes' movements. 400 million! Everybody liked Kuno's voice before the update. What perfectly encapsulates a rabid, ginger 12-year-old throwing rocks at a dead body better? Fuck does Kuno care? Or, fuck does Kuno care? makes no context. It's like comparing a chocolate bar to an Easter bunny. He sounded like he was on every drug known to man, and a few undiscovered as well. 400 million!
I counted 20. I take it it's less than that.
This is not a man easily toyed with.
I never got the hang of it. Hyperopia. Do you see anything out of the ordinary?
Light step over here, number 41 shoe.
A woman? Or a kid?
I don't think there's any way to be sure.
Understood. Anything else?
A heavy one, 200 kilogram imprint.
200? This could be the combined weight of two people, one carrying the other. Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a soon-to-be-dead man who's tied up.
Considering we discovered a bullet in the guy's head, how about a heavily built worker carrying an already dead man? He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely. It could have been an extremely obese person.
A morbidly obese 250 kilogram man? Let's say it is a very low probability. I'm thinking, maybe there's a more commonplace explanation.
Maybe it was a giant?
Maybe it wasn't.
But maybe it was. Just imagine, a giant man, at least 2.5 meters tall.
It could have been, but if it wasn't...
Then one of them was carrying him over.
Probably yes. This would also fit with the victim being dead from a previous gunshot wound. They had to carry him, because he could no longer walk. Is there anything else that's noteworthy here?
An aberration, one soul smoother than the other.
Interesting. Let's name it the Old Soul.
Oh, this one's easy. Way too easy. It's a driver. A driver would wear down their right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right. And remember that abandoned lorry cabin we found?
With a piece of sandpaper glued to the throttle.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses as his eyes light up with excitement.
Which means that the missing lady driver was also present at the lynching? That's it. She's the Old Soul.
What's with the just... I guess this is for if you're going the fascist route, but just the... just random injections of misogyny, just here and there and everywhere. Ay. First the drug smuggling, now this. How deep does this rabbit hole go?
We've identified one of the footprints, but there are still 7 to go.
Hi-ho! Hi-ho! It's time to hang this bro! Sorry, I just got a picture of the lady driver and the 7 men. Snow White and 7 dwarfs. How old do you think these tracks are?
A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller, who reported the hanging.
It is not impossible. How do you know?
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashol. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago. What do you think happened here?
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around, especially under the tree.
Yeah, Banana Gun, there's a clip of Co-Carnage exploring some of Endurance's fancier theories with the new voice acting, and it's funny despite myself. I mean, it is funny because it's a caricature of a misogynistic fascist in this game. Like, the people writing the game were very much making fun of that type of guy. Therefore, it's entertaining, though the fact that in order to explore that content you have to deliberately choose to be that kind of guy makes it uncomfortable.
Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lynching.
Indeed, they all stood in a row here and looked at the tree. I am not playing with full voice acting, for two reasons. Number one is that I don't think the narrator, in general, does the skill voices completely well. I'm sure he does a lot of the time, it's just that he doesn't put personality into them, and they all sound like him. So it doesn't fit with my head voice of some of them, such as electrochemistry and that. The other reason is I prefer to have some actual work to do. I don't want the narrator to voice every single line in this game, because if he does, then there's no point in me being here. So we use the psychological voice mode, which is kind of like the stepping stone between full and the original classic version, in which they give you the character voices, but they try to take away the static narration as much as possible. I think that works best for a playthrough that's streamed. Electrochemistry is Kuno in your head. I don't know how I feel about the voice of my inner drug addict being a 12-year-old. Thank you. Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree.
But we know the victim had a bullet in his head. A more precise way to put it is, it was made to look like a lynching.
We've been purposefully misled?
By these tracks? Yes.
Well, that's it. Can we talk to Kuno yet? I don't think we can.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad? Kuno doesn't give a fuck about anything.
Yeah, so old Kuno would have been, Kuno's like Kuno's dad! Kuno doesn't give a fuck about anything! Kuno, I found your shack. Point to the shack.
You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for 5,000 years. How the fuck did you get in?
You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack? It was closed for 5,000 years. How the fuck did you get in? I phase shifted through the roofing material.
Shit. Get the fuck out of here. You can't do that.
You can't do that, Kuno. He's trying to fuck at you again.
Fuck at me?
Pigs can't displace. Can't do that teleport shit.
He says to himself. Then he turns to you.
How did you like it in there, pig old boy? Kuno's got a lot of cool shit there, right?
What was with the pig head?
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape.
Kuno decapitates pigs! Right. Were you trying to send a message of some sort? Demo tape like a musician? Cool pig head. I liked it. I got one too. This one. Point to your own head. It's shit. I feel like that's too self-deprecating even for Sam, let alone me. Yeah, alright, fuck it. Don't pick 4, because 4 is like the back out, and we're not picking that one. And again, I remind you, every time I say don't pick it, someone will pick it, and it's really boring, because it just fucks with the flow of, like, the vote percentages. So I'm not actually joking or baiting you into haha let's it, or I'm literally just saying, just don't pick it. It's not hard to not pick. You're not gonna get a funny reaction if you pick it. If there's one thing I wish I could do with this system, it's turn some of them off. Anyway, I'll start the vote now. 1, 2, and 3 are your options. Yeah, stop picking at it. It won't heal. See how long it takes for someone to pick 4. Yeah. It's 50. Fuck off. %. How? What even? That's 3. So 3 people said, I have a shitty pig head, and 2, I think, are like, were you trying to send me a message with the pig's head? So we're going to go with, I have a shit pig head. I mean, I knew it was going to happen, Lunar. I basically need to train myself. Stop calling you binary, by the way. I baited myself with it. It's fine. Shithead.
What?
What is this shit? Fucking on yourself. This is weird level shit. Kuno doesn't go there.
Fuck your shit back to normal. What is this?
Well played. No one saw that coming. You never see it coming. My head is like a pig's and it's really shit. Persona 5 Disco Elysium crossover when? I found a plate covered with powder residue. Do you know anything about that?
That's where Kuno gets his daily hit of electric. Kuno Shazam. Kuno rides the fucking lightning in there, pig.
Oh, that's right. Baka Shinobi raided. Did I acknowledge that? I hope I did. I'm terrified that I didn't. I know it happened. I think I did. I would have done the whoop whoop, right? I hope I acknowledged that. You have no, at least once a week there'll be a streaming moment, right, in which there'll be a notification, whether it's a follow or a sub or a raid, usually not a raid. It's worse when it's money, but I did do the whoop. Okay, it's good, but I should have said thank you as well. Because when these things come in, if you're in the middle of a train of thought, right, you take that thing that's come in and you just hold it for a second, then you get back to it. But sometimes you don't. At least once a scream. Scream? Hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my Twitch scream. Ah! Thank you for joining me tonight. But no, what I meant to say was stream. At least once a week, there will be a stream in which I forget something that bad, and then I look at it like an hour later, and I'm like, oh, sorry, you followed, and I just, like, blanked you. Yeah, Banana Gun, I'm not a racist. That was an in-context quote for Crusader Kings 2, because we were conquering the entire world, and the Indian peninsula was the last remaining part of Europe. Well, Eurasia. Jesus Christ, I'm just digging a hole for myself here. It was the last free people left, so we attacked. 1 second. Anyway. Sorry, I had to type a thing. Yeah, you found a plate covered with powder residue, and I'm not gonna parrot back every single one of Kuno's lines, but I will fix the fun ones. That's where Sorry, wait. That's where Kuno gets his daily hit of electric. Kuno's Shazam. Kuno rides the fucking lightning in there, pig. Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you? You'd feel tired and old, but you could have that sparkle in your eyes. We can't edit them, though, Blue Moon. But yeah. What's with the tube of Magnus Soul Lamb, Kuno?
It's a vitamin, pig. Don't you know anything?
He looks at you like you just pointed at the sun and asked what it was. It's magnesium, right?
Yeah, it's the mag. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno goes through like a tube a day, rips mag like a motherfucker, and you could use a battle.
Well, it wasn't me, I can tell you that. It's just a falsetto and an accent and being loud and angry. Two of those things I could do very easily, and the third ain't that hard.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno. He's going to use it against you, Kuno.
I know all about magnesium. I rock it all the time.
You're not getting this, Pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like you didn't do anything. Like you stayed home playing with your choo-choo.
We're calling it a choo-choo now?
Fuck you, Pig. Don't do mag. You're going to OD and you're going to fucking die.
So what you're saying is that you don't want me to do it because I'll die if I do it. So you're saying that you care about my life. That's not very Kuno-S of you. Are you feeling okay? I've heard enough of this.
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom.
Didn't unlock the empathy check. That's a shame.
Good call, Pig.
I do
Kuno
want to
doesn't-
do that, but I don't want to do that right now. I've got the skill for it, but I did want to move on to the Hardies. Kuno's useful, but he can wait. How come she gets the balcony to herself? My room at the Whirling doesn't lead to a balcony. It's not even really a balcony, it's just the roof. You played the game twice, today you started your third run, you still don't understand the purpose of Kuno-S. Well, the purpose of Kuno-S is to deepen Kuno's character. She doesn't exist... She's kind of a satellite character for him. It's true that you don't have a lot of interactions with her, but... And I mean, I don't want to say too much because we haven't done most of the Kuno interactions here, but... Kuno without her would have a lot less to talk about. It's all about money, you know. You gotta spend money to make money. Money is what really matters. They say money can't buy you happiness. But that just means you don't have enough money. You have to invest your money wisely. You can buy stocks with money. And then use those stocks to make even more money. That way you'll have enough when you grow too old to make new money. Real estate is the graveyard where tired old money goes to rest. Money is what literally makes the world turn. The laws of money are just like the laws of nature. Unpaid labor doesn't net you any money. There's no such thing as free money. Money is all about numbers. Money is actually all about trust. It's all about money, you know. You gotta spend money to make money. Money is what really matters. They say money can't buy you happiness. But that just means you don't have enough money. You have to invest your money wisely. You can buy stocks with money. And then use those stocks to make even more money. And then you put your money into Dogecoin. That was not financial advice.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
So, this is Elizabeth the Gardener. Not to be confused with Kuno, who, as he quite loudly stated, is not a gardener. I believe it went, Kuno's not a gardener! Although now it's considerably less cool. We'll talk to her before we talk to Titus. What is your role in all of this, Elizabeth Lawyer Lady?
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems?
What if I want to talk to you, not Titus?
What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one.
What are you going to do to me? The lieutenant is not satisfied with this approach.
What are we going to do to you?
It's a cold laughter, devoid of joy.
The Union isn't going to do anything to you. It is not a crime syndicate. It is a labor organization.
Goddamn right it is.
Titus's voice has already changed, also changed, and I'm in two minds about it. The original Titus was less southern, and I don't know if that's better or worse.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But we digress.
It's weird. Like the Scab leader, his voice changed, and to be honest, I don't like old him, and I also don't like new him. Kuno changed, and it was flat out bad. Lena, the cryptozoologist's wife, changed from British to Southern American, and that's weird. She's not a bad voice, it's just that accent shift completely changes how the character feels from it. She's gone from, hello, sweetie, how are you doing, to, well, hello, sweetie, how are you doing? It's the, what? That's not, you are not the same woman anymore. It's weird. But Titus, I don't know. I don't know if it's an improvement or a bad. The good change is Sealang, who went from just a sort of American voice to an Indian accent, and the accent isn't really the reason why I say Sealang sounds better now. I think he sounds better now because the actor is really, really into it. The old Sealang was just kind of like, hey there, that's cool. Hi, I want to sell you things. Whereas the new Sealang is just giving 150% to every single line he delivers, and it's great. If they had changed Kim... Well, no, I know... well, I don't know him, but I'm aware of Kim's voice actor. I follow him on Twitter, and he doesn't post much, but one of the first things when they announced the final cut was I had a look to be like, is he still voice? And yeah, he was. So I thought, okay, that's good, we're fine. Yeah, Kim's voice is too close, too iconic. You can't change that. Why are you so aggressive, Elizabeth?
Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence. These people are just dock workers.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects. Just dock workers. We've talked to Evrard Claire. We know who these men are. The Union's militant wing.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguards.
The difficult thing about this is that I kind of agree with her.
Fuck yeah.
The tall, broad-shouldered man takes a sip of his beer.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders.
I liked that. Good start. Let's take it a step further. Armed uprising. What are the Union's plans? Is that the commie line? I think it is. Strong and principled and strong, unlike you socialists. That sounds fashy. Privatization is not unlawful, it's cool and funny. That sounds capitalisty. And the world needs a buffer zone, don't get emotional. Sounds like the centrist. So this must be the commie one. Armed uprising!
Look, a comedian. Do your job, ask your questions, then get out of Martinez.
40 commie! Woo woo! Strange. It's as if people don't believe a cop could be a socialist revolutionary.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Titus does not look particularly happy to see you. Scan the room. Starting from the right, boot size 44, blonde man in his 30s, overbearingly masculine. Sitting on his right, standard work boots, size 45 or 46. Eldest in the room, probably mid-50s. Smoker, quiet. Coughs a lot. Across at the other table, hobnailed working boots, size 43, gang tattoos, Mesk or Saramirizian, in his late 30s, early 40s. A symmetric burn on his neck resembling the letters Los Los. Has he tried to burn it off, leave that life behind? And then, standard working boot, steel-reinforced toes, size 46. The big dick. Wide at the shoulders and lean at the hips, rugby cap, fingerless gloves, and numerous scars. little under 40. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below it reads T. Hardy, Captain. In the far corner, standard working boots, steel-reinforced toes, size 44. 40-something, non-alcoholic beverage in hand. You squint. Is that a plectrum? Where? On his neck. Forget it, it's not important. Let's call this one the musician. And the little guy? Size 41 with a light step. Not a child after all. An older man with a rat face, mean watery eyes and 2 front teeth missing. Shanky! In the middle, heaving and wheezing, big guy, boot size 46, deep marks, probably carried the victim over. He alone is 130 kilos. Add the man in armor and you could easily exceed 220. In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, but there's a discrepancy. One of them is absent. The odd soul. Exactly. The missing lady driver who was running the drug trade. Does it mean that the Hardy Boys are involved in the drug trade as well? This would fit with what Joyce told us, but I don't want to make any assumptions. Maybe, but hey, you're stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything. Now's a good time to hit them with questions. Where's the 8th Hardy?
The fuck is with you, fella?
Titus is staring at you with his head tilted. Take an aggressive step closer. The room is silent. The leader does not flinch. Get further in there. Escalate. Tilt your head from side to side. Crack your neck.
What the fuck is this? You wanna fuck with me?
Shift your center of balance from one leg to another. His eyes narrow. His right hand starts tapping a quick little rhythm on his thigh. Tap, tap, tap. This guy's tough. Get the eye twitch going. You need to look scary. Engage eye twitch. What do you think you're doing, you hear? But his mouth isn't moving. It's the tensions in his shoulders speaking. What are you doing? I can do this all night long, his clenched fists say, their knuckles turning white. I'm young. You're 50,000 years old. Do not explain or defend yourself. Attack! At my age, you will be dead. You're impulsive. You'll get in a fight you won't win. In that time, I have killed. More than once. I can feel it in me. The ugly. With all the abuse I've taken, I'm still walking, talking, and ready to get into this fight. Let's go with 2. No, you're not. You're frail and your nerves are frayed. Old sadness weighs you down. He refuses to budge. So I think the reason why we're not hearing voice acting is because the implication is they're not speaking to each other, they're just man staring. You failed here. A weakness is a weakness, not a strength. Time to speak now with words. Damn. The man hanged in the backyard. Did you do it?
So, you're not just here to swing your big dick. You're here for the pretty boy. A real looker, that one. Stinks like shit, too.
They love him, boss. Spend all day digging around in there. Can't get enough of that pretty boy smell.
Jesus, they changed this guy. This is what this guy used to sound like. They love him, boss. Spend all day digging around in here. Can't get enough of that pretty boy smell. They change accents so much in this fucking final cut. I don't like that. I don't mind voice changing. I just hate the fact that it's like the character's history is different.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
And again, rat-faced New Yorker. They love him, boss. Spend all day digging around in here. Can't get enough of that pretty boy smell. He sounds like a sports announcer. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! We have spoken to the head of the union.
Evrard?
Yeah, him.
And what did he tell you? That we killed him? That we took a cargo belt from the harbor, went out back, and used it to hang him?
The man gets a strange gleam in his eyes. His fists contract as if going through the pulling motion again. Savoring it.
Because we did. All of us together. I hope he told the story straight. I hope he told it well.
Haha. So you just confessed to murder?
Goddamn right.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened so that you don't waste any more of your time.
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic. You murdered him just like that? No remorse?
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
He says it as if it were worse than dying. Look, I'm just doing my job, mate. Wheatley. What we do is different. We enforce the law. You just kill people like it's nothing. Yeah, but these are all bad people. I don't like any of these because, like, we're still a cop. Vote. Yeah, alright, vote. Let's see what people want. 4 options and they're all shit. So we just went through a thing about not showing weakness to this guy, and now we're going to say, I drink so much I can't... Oh, no, changed. We are going to go with, I'm just following orders. Great, cool. I'm an apologetic Nazi now. Great.
Oh, so you are just a simple, well-meaning man, eh? Ever been in solitary? Prison is a charter. That's what it is.
Prison is a churcher? You didn't get a chance to vote. It was gone in a second. It's supposed to be up for 15, so I'm not sure what's happening on your end, but I don't control when it appears and disappears. I just press this button.
So he's hanging a man, slowly, without breaking his neck.
Who called the shots that night?
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy Boy without arresting all Hardy Boys. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
A shadow of a smirk passes her lips as she tilts her head. A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation. Well, then I won't. No, but seriously, who calls the shots around here?
Who do you fucking think does?
He sounds more amused than angry. Titus, Elizabeth, Fat Angus, the old guy, who apparently did used to be in charge before Titus was. I can't remember who told us that, but someone told us Theo was in charge before Titus was and named them the Hardy Boys. And Everard. Let's see what people want. Titus, Elizabeth, Fat Angus, Theo, or Everard. Everard. My personal point would have been Elizabeth, because I think that would get under his nerves, but Everard might also accomplish that. But yeah, Everard runs the Union. You answer to him, right?
You keep him the fuck out of this.
Ooh.
We have autonomy. It's all on us. Everard runs the Union. I run the Hardy Boys.
Okay, then.
When Titus Hardy says he runs the Hardy Boys, he means that in an administrative capacity. On that night, everyone acted as one man.
Yeah, okay, soul good woman. You can back off now. We get the point you're trying to make. When did this hanging incident occur?
You don't have to keep answering his questions.
The fixer turns to remind Titus.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
How long had you known the victim?
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier? The representative for White Pines? The same company you're striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what?
He rubs his chin, pretending to mull it over.
Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
Why did you kill him?
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town.
Why is this dude deep-throating the mic? So he was a mercenary, that's it?
And he stepped out of line.
He repeats, jaw clamped shut like a vice with the microphone shoved up it.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Kohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
I can't prove it. But I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
But yeah, the old Titus was just sort of more of a laid-back, just sort of gravelly voiced. He wasn't going out of his way to sound like he stepped off of an Eastwood film. It was like, I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara. That's how the old Titus would have voiced that. No. To the best of my ability. Hold on, how did you even know he was in Special Forces?
Because one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm Oranese goddamn Special Forces, and I'm gonna fuck you all!
Okay, that's a pretty good testimony, but you know, drunk people do lie.
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some Oranese paratrooper song, and said he's gonna fuck everyone.
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did, right there. Like some kind of animal.
This is a serious violation of the karaoke code. Okay, but besides crimes against karaoke, what did he actually do wrong?
Wrong? He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
This guy is more intense. Yeah, he's not loud enough though. It sounds like his voice can't cope. Look at that line there. What we actually heard him say was wrong. He roars. Wrong. He roars. This is like the inverse of Dumbledore asked calmly. He does alright when he's supposed to be quiet, but this new voice actor can't do loud with this impression that he's doing, and that's a killer. I do that sometimes. When I'm playing 14 and there's more, I guess, gravelly, demon-y characters, I can't do them loudly. And that's okay, because I'm just an idiot sitting in my fucking... What would I call this room? It's not really an office. I guess it kind of is. Because it's not my bedroom. But I'm just sitting in my house at my desk with no cold reads, prep time, or you know, official employment as a voice actor. But if I was... you wouldn't put me in the role of a character like that where I couldn't get the proper volume in for the voice. You'd cast someone with a deeper fucking voice. I don't know. If it's deliberate and he can do loud, then he should have. And he just didn't for some reason, but... He's not bad all the time, it's just that this is a weakness. He went from rape to harassment to threats. Why the strange de-escalation there? He regrets mentioning it. Hopes that you didn't notice. We weren't supposed to notice the rape.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. And that was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
The lieutenant is trying to make sense of this flood of information.
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl. Young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming, "Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt?" Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle, doesn't even fall down.
Shakes his head in disbelief. Was this the same girl who was sexually assaulted? Raped, you said.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
He repeats like a parrot. Seems like they don't want to talk about the rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a serious allegation. Make them talk about it. Right, but who did he rape, then? This is a very serious allegation.
No. You're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter. And I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
How did you kill him?
We hanged him up by his neck. Until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious, copper?
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
The autopsy showed there were no ligature marks. His hands were not tied. Can you explain that?
We...
Look.
I'm not gonna play 20 questions with you, capo. I'll say it again. We killed him.
Yeah, I knocked him out. Came up behind him and clapped him in the back of the head. He went down like a sack of sand.
That's right, lawman. And then we hanged the fuck.
Mr. Tats, what did you use to knock the victim out?
My fucking elbow, copper. Samaran boxing style.
Where did this take place?
Right fucking here. Eugene already told you that the fuck had started coming to our bar.
Yeah, man, weren't you listening?
Strange answer to the tied hands. 58%. It is a Motorix composure check. We can use my chat boost to increase my Motorix. Actually, this time. I didn't press... I'm not asking for the wrong stat. It is Motorix in the bottom right that needs to go up in order to make this better. 72. Roll them. And fail. Actually, they're admirably, surprisingly, composed. The entire room. Given how many questions you've lobbed their way. All of them? Maybe one of them is fidgeting, cracking under the pressure? Well, this one. But he's always fidgeting, so don't get your hopes up. Damn. Right, I have other questions about the lynching.
Like what, copper?
How did the bullet in his head factor into this?
Huh?
A sip of beer makes the surprise go down easier.
There was a bullet in the dead man's brain. Why was it there if you hanged him?
How the fuck do I know? Anyone could have shot him. Target practice, maybe.
Another sip. He's tight-lipped suddenly.
This line of questioning is over. You got the cause of death already?
Yeah.
Hanging. If there's any post-mortem trauma, it's your problem. This will not turn into a cross-examination.
Do we try to arrest him? When was our last save? Autosave 20 minutes ago, but that 20 minutes includes all of this conversation, so that's not actually that bad. We could happily skip all the way through to where we are now in like 2 minutes. Let's give it a go. See what happens. Why don't I just arrest you?
Yeah, lawman. Why don't you?
It's almost an anthropological sight, watching him try to assert dominance over you.
Not in the arresting mood?
His mean little eyes come alive with hatred. A fearful readiness, like an electrical charge, raises hairs in the room. By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away from his holster. You hear the nylon of his coat hiss as he steps closer. I think I've actually tried... I think they just kill you. Because it doesn't make sense otherwise. There's fucking 8 of them. Easy now, let's just talk.
Wise move. You made the right choice there. Now make another one. and get the fuck out of our booth. We're not gonna do this again.
So what are we gonna do now?
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus.
The lieutenant closes his notebook.
I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder. Even if it is a group responsibility. We're going to look into this.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
Well, I hope we can find some boosts for that shit. First, let's just move our clothes around a little. We're actually not wearing debuffs. We're not wearing the buff. The boots give us a +2. The debuff is the glasses here, but they're not actually on. We have -2 from Caustic Echo and Socioeconomics, which is balanced by the boots.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. Again, just get the dead guy's autograph, since you're his biggest fan.
Good one, Titus.
About fucking time.
God, now he sounds like Tychus Findlay. Hell, it's about time. Still going to be 3%. Yeah, but it's closer, and my hope is that in all of this, because like it's the reason why that check is so fuck off hard is because you're supposed to do a bunch of stuff before it. You still haven't explained the bullet I found in the hanged man's head.
You still on about that bullet? A bullet in a hanged man's head. You're right, Copper. That is mighty curious.
Indeed, mighty. How did it get there?
The lieutenant is fixed on Titus.
Well, there are so many bullets in the world, and so many heads. I guess it's only logical. At some point, one of them bullets had to end up in one of them heads.
It's bound to happen again, you know? Just statistically speaking, of course.
Lots of shooting in the head in the revolution. Oh yeah, that's true, especially for the communists. I'm going to ask you again. Why was this bullet in that man's head?
Wow. He's got it in a real evidence bag and all.
The little man leans in to inspect the leaden blossom.
Why don't you go home and log it into evidence? These men have told you what happened.
I think the hanging was a cover-up for the shooting.
You know what I think? I think he was shot in the head as a kid, and his brain grew around the bullet.
Around the bullet, man. That's a good one.
Did you guys shoot him?
Shit! I probably did shoot him. I was drunk last night. You guys know me when I'm drunk.
Yeah, Glenn likes to shoot his guns when he's drunk. Better hope he stays sober.
No, he meant before he was hanged. Did you shoot him before you hanged him?
Not to mention last night we'd already taken the body away, you dipshit.
Before? After? During? This is getting ridiculous. They told you what happened. Stop wasting your time.
Unless you shot him while he was in Kim's car. Don't worry, we'll figure this out sooner or later.
Never been worried in my life, lawman.
He crosses his hairy arms, having forgotten his beer for a moment. I got a +1. If we can only get a few more, might get past this fucking 3% floor. I told you already, I spoke to Everett and he said you'd cooperate.
Oh, so you went and talked to my mommy, and now she's making me play with you. Is that it, lawman?
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on us?
I would never tell on someone! Why don't you push me some more and find out, buddy?
You gonna let him talk to me like that, Titus?
He turns his eyes full of hurt to the big man.
Let's see. Yeah, I guess I am, you big pussy. The old man sent word you'd be around again. That's the reason I'm being so forthcoming with you. Don't wear it out.
It would take an army to bend Titus to its will, but having Everett back you up like that did seem to have some effect. +2! Yeah! I only found 8 sets of footprints, but there's only 7 of you. Where is the 8th, Hardy Boy?
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy Boy. There's 7 of us and we're all here.
Let me rephrase it. Where's the Hardy Girl?
Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy Boy? We ain't hiring.
Shakes his head.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
Ooh, you're gonna get yelled at, Glenn.
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
Okay, that was alright.
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy Boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. End.
He points at the lieutenant.
You're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later. Guess what? I've connected you to the local drug trade!
Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your streets are in Precinct 41 Kilos.
We'll do that.
It's pretty good.
In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock? The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've connected the footprint. Detective, do you want to deliver the coup de grâce?
No, do the honor. You've earned it.
Thank you. You're right, Titus. There is no local drug trade because it's all controlled by you. You're the drug trade.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runts on the street.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers, even some of the junkies.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community, of course.
You're admitting to profiting off of poisoning your own people.
Boo fucking who. People will always be taking drugs. Might as well do it clean and organized.
Yeah, that's what the labor movement is all about. Clean and organized. And the Hardy Boys are running it.
Theoretically, of course. We're just talking politics here. My answer to your drug accusation is, how dare you? Go fuck yourself.
I wish there was like a stream alert that was negative. Because that would be great. Just, oh, you gave me $1,000? How dare you? Go fuck yourself. That was lovingly delivered. Well done.
Not quite yet, Mr. Hardy. There were 8 sets of prints on the crime scene.
Wait.
There are only 7 Hardy boys here.
Not quite yet? What do you mean by that, Kim? Sorry, I'm on the clock. I'll have to fuck myself later. Anyway, the 8th Hardy, the one who's missing, she runs the thing, right?
My answer is fuck off. Mind your own business. There is no 8th Hardy. I run this goddamn scene.
So you run the drugs then?
And here we go. Back to the usual.
I know. Fatty walked on all 4s. He's so fucking fat he left 2 sets of footprints.
Go fuck your mom, Dennis.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all 4s. Anything else you need to know?
I talked to Joyce, the mercenary you hanged. His friends are coming for you.
Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad mates from Crenell?
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
There's snickering in the room. Some of the men put their beers down. Nervous snickering. There's a rush of adrenaline present. Yes, they're forming some kind of tribunal. And they're coming for you.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands.
Yeah.
Other people start doing it too.
Let them come. The Hardy boys are right fucking here.
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district behind us, and Glenn. Glenn is fucking crazy.
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
The mood is on the rise. They're feeling confident, ready to punch out the whole Merc platoon. Joyce said they're gone rogue. Nobody's controlling them.
Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let them loose in the city. What do you think is gonna happen?
He's really prepped himself up for this. He has to keep the fear in check. They're armed with automatic weapons.
We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zeelagers. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home.
Well, if Glenn has a knock cannon at home, I guess you'll be alright, but will they pierce ceramic armor?
I guess we're gonna see, aren't we?
The answer is no. That was an unsure phrasing. Say what? That they don't?
Yeah. Like you've been up against ceramic armor.
Dude, I'm fucking wearing some! Look down! I'm wearing the dead guy's boots! Shoot me! Shoot me in the foot! See what happens, mate! Use your knock cannon! Let's do an experiment! He takes a sip of beer to bide his time, and then he tries to get the last word in.
You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing, and it didn't make him immortal.
Well, there was a bullet in his head. One can assume that the armor was not on his head at the time. This Crenell is bad news. You know that, right?
So are the local gangs. The fucking Barmy Army. And the Madre scum. You've been out there. Seen any around?
Yeah. Where are they now, huh? Sent back to Madre in an airtight cargo crate.
These people are trained military professionals. Special forces, as you said. They're not a gang or Barmy Army.
Fuck's a Barmy Army?
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. We know more about them than you think.
Okay.
What do you mean, okay?
I mean, okay, you've got one more gun on your side. Once I find mine, I lost it. Okay, I guess I'll be gunning you down alongside them. Okay, I'll be on your side when they come. okay, you got this, or okay, they're gonna wipe you the fuck out, Titus. I don't actually know. You're gonna die. I believe in you. I'll be on your side. I'll be on your side, but I lost my gun. Don't pick that one. Or I will shoot you alongside them. I will see what the class thinks and press the vote button now. Though I may not necessarily go with your decision. Overwhelmingly in favor of you're gonna fucking die. Cool.
No, they won't. Get out of here with your negative energy.
That's another line I could save.
All he means is that the situation is serious.
No wonder you cops get shot to shit every day. Can't go to war with an attitude like that.
So in that discussion, we managed to add 7 points to this check. I do indeed feel powerful. But let's add one more. It's authority, so that's psyche. If you could add the top right, I think, is psyche, but yeah, psyche. Because this is a white check, we can't get any further with Titus if we fail it. So we really don't want to fail this. But if we do, we'll just put a point into authority and try again. 83%. Come on, we can't fail this. As you look around this room full of sweaty men, swearing, drinking, spitting out tobacco, does this look familiar? Where have I seen this before? You believe the place was called Precinct 41. It was also filled with, almost exclusively, men, sitting on desks, talking shit and wasting time. I get it, Titus. You guys really are the authority around here.
Huh?
You must be. You're just like real cops, drinking beer and sitting around with your dicks in your hand.
You got a problem with beer now?
Not quite there yet. Push on. No, I'm drunk on the job too. I don't give a shit. Just like you guys. No. I'm also a big fan of beer and jerking off instead of helping people. I have a beer problem, but not a problem with beer. I also have no idea how to do my job. Like you. I like this one.
Speak for yourself, buddy. I've been running this outfit for 10 years now. You should have seen Martinez before it started. It was like jam rock now.
They didn't see shit, man. Kids getting shot. We had 3 shootings a week. Fucking graffito everywhere. You cops haven't shown up since the 30s.
Congratulations on the graffiti removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties while there's a rape victim.
So what? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
He picks the beer back up. Don't let him drink that. One more push, quick. It's not about who did it. It's about the victim. She needs help.
Titus?
He looks at her. She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's gonna give it up. But on his terms.
You wanna help her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you help her. But you treat her with respect. If you don't, if you question her, harass her, a freight train of pain, buddy.
What is her name?
The lieutenant takes out his notes.
Glacia, I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags, a real pretty one. Silvery jumpsuit, blonde. That's I'm on due, with an O-U.
Titus adjusts his cap. Shit! The girl. The girl upstairs? That can't be her. Remember what you said to her? You told her that you want to have... Oh, it's her! It's definitely her! It's Miss Orange Disco Dancer! I mean, it's not all bad. There's a very, very small chance that we'll pass this check. Maybe. -2 for I want to have fuck with you. Oh, God. Clash?
Yeah. Blonde. Tall. 2 rooms over from yours.
It's even lower. Miss Orange Disco Dancer?
Sure. Why not? You've probably seen her around.
Roll 'em. You inexplicably add cool after the victim's name, with your eyes bulging like some wild beast. Your fingers are fidgeting and sweat starts forming on your brow as Titus looks at you oddly.
I don't understand what's so cool here.
Nothing. We just have a few more questions. Then we'll be on our way.
Calm. Normal. Try to forget this little hiccup. So... what's her relationship with the mercenary?
Relationship? There was no fucking relationship. He raped her. That's their relationship.
Was like that karaoke incident all over again. Or like some of the other girls he was harassing.
Okay, enough. All of this is irrelevant to your stated investigation.
So the rape, when was that?
He did it before we killed him. He's not gonna do it again. So what does it matter?
It would help if we establish a timeline.
All right. 2 weeks, maybe? I don't know. I need another beer.
He turns to Glenn.
Here you go, boss.
The tall blonde throws him a can. Titus cracks it open. So... what's your relationship with her?
I know her.
He looks around and an uncommon silence fills the room.
How well do you know her?
A small twitch in the corner of Kim's mouth. He has a hunch about what knowing means.
Well enough, Copper. We partied. She's been here for a few months.
So she's not from around here?
You mean Revachol? Nah. Our Miss Aranye disco dancer is an immigrant. Or a drifter of some sort. Been staying over here over the winter.
Don't you give her any more trouble. She's just had some bad luck, that's all.
Shut up, Angie. She doesn't need your help.
Titus gives them both a look and they fall silent. What's with all the silences? Like these guys don't know how to feel about this. You should keep picking at it. And what was up with the partying she and Titus did? It sounded fun. You said you partied. Cool, that's cool, but what did you mean?
What do you think I meant?
Did you do karaoke?
Yeah, tons of it. All the songs.
So you're saying the two of you were close?
No, we just fucked. That's all. I'm not gonna give you any details if that's what you're after. So put your dick away.
He really went out of his way to seem comfortable with this topic, and that's all you're going to get for now. I think I know her.
You don't know her.
You're right, I don't.
Good boy.
Thank you, we'll talk to her.
Remember what I said. Freight train of pain. Again? Seriously, man. Yeah, whatever.
Alright! The Hardys are done, and now we have to go upstairs to confront the very first NPC we met in Disco Elysium. Who is apparently the reason why the guy died. In vengeance for what he did to her.
Officer, what was that?
What was what?
You looked strange when he mentioned the assault victim's name. Do you know that woman?
Yes.
Is there something I should know before we talk to her?
Whatever you do, don't say the first thing. Oh. I will listen to Rhetoric's wise counsel. I met her in the hallway after I woke up.
Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday.
She knows I didn't remember being a cop.
Okay, that's manageable.
I tried to hit on her.
Understood.
She said that I was going to have to interrogate her later and that it was going to suck for me.
It is. This would have been good to know before.
It didn't come up.
It should have. Anything else?
Nothing. Let's move on.
We'll be alright, officer. This is nothing.
You feel fortified by his assurance. It's going to be alright. Is it, though? Nothing? You're still in for a bumpy ride here. Try not to mess it up.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
Are you the hardy girl?
I am not.
You could be, Liz. You could be anything. You could even be a model.
Even a mod? Glenn, I went to law school. I am an attorney.
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of Le Debutante International. Get a grip, Glenn. She went to law school.
So fucking what? Lots of models are actually really smart people, fuckwad.
Damn, he's right. Shit!
No, Glenn, they aren't.
Hey. This didn't change her opinion of you. It's not her. She's not a hardy girl. Definitely. This window is suddenly clickable. Behind the dock workers, a ceiling-height window, the hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers. Squint. There's a little slide panel up there. Let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's still too cold outside. Look out the window. 28% chance, even with that high perception. Bugger me. What can I do for perception? Anything? Yes, I can put this visor on. Perception, perception. I need some perception. No. And I can't increase this. So I may save scum this, because I really just... If I fail it, I don't think I can ever come back. I don't want to block myself in that. So we're looking for a Motorix buff here. Should give us 58%, which should make it, you know, possible. Hopefully we will pass, and I won't have to feel guilty or do anything that breaks my usual rules of playing this. Look out the window! Yes! There's a yellow ribbon tied to one of the branches. Light yellow, faded with time. A tiny splash of colour in the blackness of the thicket. Hanging from it, a bronze key. It's close enough to the latch up there. One can slide it open and just take it. Surely not a coincidence. Someone's hid a key in the bush.
Huh?
The big guy looks behind him. Can you let me slide by so I can grab that key?
I don't know about that. I'm comfortable here. Don't think any sliding would really help right now.
The tattooed man yawns and settles more comfortably on the bench.
Sorry, fucko. Looks like you're gonna have to go bush diving. Good fucking luck with that. The Hawthorne's got a bitch of a bite.
I'm gonna enjoy the sight of you in the bushes out there.
With a loud thud, the old man stands up, pushes the window open, grabs the key from the branch, and slides it across the table to you. Thank you. The key is brass. Workshop spare is etched into its bow. The old man closes the window and sits back down in silence.
Come on, man. We were just having some fun. Where's the harm in...
I'm tired of listening to your shit.
Thank you.
Don't thank me. I don't give two shits about your key.
Does anyone know why this key was hanging right outside the Union Box window?
Didn't even know it was there. Boys.
No idea.
Never even seen it. Someone must have hidden it there before this room became our place.
Wonder what doors it opens.
It could open the door in the kitchen. The blue door. It says workshop spare. Maybe there's a workshop there?
Maybe. I think we should talk to Clash first, though. That's a bit more important, but we can maybe test this door a little later. Inland Empire. But we have a key. Oh, joyous day, we have a key. The door is closed. A woman's voice answered, muffled by the door.
This is the police. Can we come in?
Come on up. The door's open. I'm drying my hair.
Sounds like it's coming from upstairs somewhere. You could snoop around before going up. Piles of dirty clothes, a woman's. This room has sad all over it. Reminds you of your own. Hotel bill calculations look like she's had an extended stay. You see the yard below. The corpse is no longer there. This medicine cabinet is full of wares, sheets of pills haphazardly stacked, and one on top of the other. There's also a toothbrush somewhere in there. Toothbrush has been used, quite a lot. But not for scrubbing blood off of tiles, or anything else interesting, it seems. Pharmaceuticals line the shelves, sheet upon sheet, pill bottle next to pill bottle. Acetylic acid, APAP, eye drops, blood thinners. Quite the collection in here.
Anything of note?
Let's see. Pill bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet. Paracetamol, histoperidol, something in a foreign language you can't read. Behind them, an unusually shaped nasal spray. Its label reads Nacra. What's that?
An opioid receptor antagonist. It's used for diamorphine overdoses.
Not an antagonist. We must defeat them! Defeat the antagonist! Ah, 28, 29 seconds ago, my gift subscription to Snipperfin has expired. Poor Snip, he just lost a sub. Search the pill sheets. Among some foreign, probably Messinian or Gottwaldian marked red blister packs, you find... What do you find? Who's going to take a little know-how? Electro... Well, we certainly have the know-how. Drugs, 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 druglity drugs, 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 druggadly drugs, drugs, drugs. Is there something more interesting here? And then, of course, we go straight to a fucking... bibble. A bright orange bottle with Preptide stamped on it, in sunny, happy letters. Jackpot, baby! That's the stuff you're looking for. Your palms begin to sweat, just holding that little plastic container. What's so exciting about this orange bottle? It's speed, man! Just what you were looking for. They call it dextroamphetamine and talk about psychological disorders, but what we're seeing here is some scientifically advanced trucker speed. We can point it out to the lieutenant, attempt to swipe it, or take it openly. We're not going to take speed. That doesn't mean we won't take speed. Wait, hang on. We don't want to do speed. That doesn't mean we're not going to grab the things that the game gives us for the purpose of, I don't know, emergencies. But I will lead it. I will give it a vote. Do we let the lieutenant know? Do we sneak it? I'm not really interested in 4 because if we're gonna do 4, we may as well do 2 as well. But doing number 2 kind of makes number 3 stupid. So I like how it started off strong and. Let Kim know and then take it in plain sight like a man. Lieutenant, I see a brand called Preptide.
Preptide. A euphemism for pharmaceutical amphetamine. Prescription speed.
The fuck are you waiting for? Let's get super fucking preppy! And of course, it is a -2 for telling him about it. I'm gonna do another vote. 5 if you want us to not take the speed. See if the stay clean squad overpower the take the speed squad. Jesus. They do not. But again, I don't intend to ever do the speed. But we will take it, if only because I kind of like what happens when she finds out that you've taken it. I like her reaction. I want to hear it voiced. So he's going to take it. The lieutenant looks towards the door as if he didn't see you pilfer the sweet preptide. Who cares, man? Who cares what the stiff thinks? Here comes the afterburner. Just put it in your sweaty little hand now! And we have speed. Don't worry. We won't do the speed. The voice of my character's inner addict may be strong, but my inner addict is not interested in speed. You feel someone watching you behind the glass door. A woman. The bed has been hastily made. This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off the glass in an untarnished golden halo. Run your finger across the surface of the glass. Smooth as ice. There are spots of mud and rain on the outside, even smudges, but the surface of the window is clear from the inside. No chips, no hairline fractures. Following your lead, the lieutenant leans in closer to inspect the surface. This window was recently replaced.
Looks like it, yes.
He adjusts his glasses. You know which window has not been recently replaced? What is this, guilt now? Whatever it is, it's messing with your concentration. Stop distracting him! He had work to do! Plus, if I recall, the window had been giving him shit ever since he got here! The narrator is good when his tone suits the moment. The problem is that a lot of the time I find that his tone does not suit the moment, and I find that that weakens the game as a whole, and I think that while it's hard to say because it would have been a lot of extra work, I think they should have diversified the skill voice actors kind of like they did the Thai. I think the narrator would have been fine for some of these skills. But I think they should have gotten, like, I don't know, a physic guy, and an intellect guy, and a psyche guy, and a motorix guy. I think that would have been better. The smell of cigarette smoke in the air. Astra menthol. Like, the narrator is fine for Encyclopedia. Fine for Shivers as well. Maybe fine for Inland Empire. Fine for Logic. Fine for Volition. But I feel like there should have been a dude who does physical instrument, pain, threshold, endurance, and authority, and I reckon, and Half-Light as well, and I reckon that that particular voice should be like the sort of, like the coach voice, you know, the drill sergeant-y voice. Esprit de Corps could be that voice as well. Viscalc would make sense for the narrator as well. Electrochemistry should be a voice of its damn own. I do think it's different from all of the others. It's a lot more hyper. All these Motorix ones could have had a narratory style voice, but, you know, for the sake of diversification, they could have gone with someone different for that. But yeah, just some of them, and electrochemistry especially, but also these ones, it just doesn't work. Drama's got an interesting tone as well. Like, Drama calls you sir and kind of acts like a Shakespearean actor. It's like, yes, sir, I believe he's lying. And so the narrator doesn't suit that. Cold coffee and an ashtray that looks like a hedgehog. Look, a handful of dried white wildflowers. And there's a door here. This is a rather small, heavy door, no lock in sight. Push. Barred from the inside, you hear the bar rattle in the brackets. Sounds like it's heavy too, very sturdy. Where does this lead to?
I don't know. It is not the first closed door we found in this building. There is also your mysterious blue kitchen door.
Do you think it's important?
I don't know. The further we get, the more this building seems to be tied to the case.
Below, the hostel cafeteria creaks and groans under your added weight. A skeleton of composite support beams and cantilevers. Tap on the roof with your foot. A dull thump. Somewhere inside, a wind brace rattles from the imperceptible motion of the building.
The vigilantes, the cadaver, and a number of people connected to the case are in or around this building. This door is part of it. It's not unimportant.
Well, we need to kick the door in. Because we are a member of the Anti-Object Task Force. We are supposed to kick the door in. That is our calling. So if we could get a physique increase, then perhaps we'll kick the door in even better. Hurrah! Something cracks inside. It's an unbelievably satisfying sound.
Nice.
The young woman nods. Filling you with a belief in your own body.
Sounds like the property damage wasn't in vain, at least. Would it hurt to look in?
Let's see. We'll talk to her first before we go in. Well, I mean, we've got a key. We got a key. If the key unlocks the blue door below, they probably connect to this door. So we didn't need to do that, but we did it anyway.
Welcome to the roof.
The young woman has a cigarette in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other. Her hair is still slick from the shower. Also the rain. She's supposedly drying her hair out here. I don't think that's a good move. Below her silvery jumpsuit, an athletic young body, built long and lean, then toned over several years of self-defense training. You can sense it in the sharp pointing of her elbows.
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will.
Nice view you got here.
It's much nicer now.
Her eyes wander north towards the yard, where the dead body used to hang, clearly visible from the roof, but no longer.
Thank you for that, officers. Truly.
Yeah, I think there are certain things she won't talk to you about if the body's still there. I think I remember that, but we won't have to encounter that block because we've already deleted. Yes, we've deleted the body. You mentioned a cleaning lady. I think I need one.
Oh, yes. Legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there.
What do you guys think? We could say, it has. We could say, Disco Infernum! We could say, Hell, you know not of which you speak. There are vortices of dark energy present, but not to hell. To another place. A third place. Much different from our world. Nah, I just trashed the joint. We'll throw a vote in. 15 seconds.
Make your choice. Live with it forever.
Burn, baby, burn. Disco Infernum.
They also say that's why the cleaning lady quit. Because of the Infernum.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi. I'm a detective from Precinct 57. I believe you have already met my colleague from Precinct 41.
Have I ever? This is the one and only superstar cop. He's kind of a big deal around here.
Martinez is very lucky. Only 1 in 1,000 cops wakes up as the superstar cop.
Wow. What brings the Phoenix back to me?
Miss, we are investigating the murder of the man down there. The people who put him there have asked us to talk to you.
Huh. I see.
She takes a pensive drag of her menthol cigarette. What is your name, miss, for the record?
Clausier Amondou.
Where are you from?
Vredefort, Republic of Oranje.
What is Aranya? I am so glad her voice didn't change. We mentioned that Kim was the big one. Kim had to stay the same or else we'd all riot and not come back and play it again. But Clache is another one where I cannot imagine anything coming close to the portrayal that we had. Kuno as well, but of course Kuno did get ruined, so boom, 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 boom. What is Aranya?
A bad memory, officer.
Of what?
Of lilacs and lightning. Parks, glass. Duraluminium. Fredefort is a conference city. It's always autumn there. A night. At least it was for me.
What's so bad about that?
Nothing. If you're no longer there.
Okay. I have to say this. I wanted to know the name of this voice actor, so I just did a Google search just off on my second monitor for a second. That's why occasionally when I stop, it's because I look something up, just because my brain won't let it go. I won't be able to focus on my stream unless I take 10 seconds to just quickly read something off to the side. I do it 1,000 times a stream, but I only call attention to it if I get something really interesting. Dasha Nekrasova is the name of Clache's voice actress. A Belarusian American actress, writer, director, and co-host of the podcast Red Scare. In 2018, she became known as Sailor Socialism after her interview with an InfoWars reporter in which she was dressed in a sailor fuku, Japanese school uniform, went viral. Oh my god, what a story. Fucking wow. Okay. How old are you?
I'm 28.
She takes a drag. What do you do, miss? What is your specialization?
Something stupid.
What's that?
Oranese lit.
Oranese lit?
Oranese literature. It's what I studied at the university.
What's that about?
Fear of failure, fear of death, how it sucks to be Oranese. All national literatures are. Only the name of the nation changes.
If that's true, then Revacholian lit would fit you like a glove. Did somebody say socialism? Yeah, evidently. Actress and socialist podcast host. Well, the podcast is called Red Scare, so... Just looking at the first page of Google results, there's an article here. Dasha Nekrasova is a contemporary triple threat. Actor, podcaster, and shitposter. Fucking hell. I will have to look this person up at the end of this stream. Oranese lit. What do you do with it?
Nothing. I do nothing with it.
How do you make money then? Money is very important. Show her some money. That sounds ultra-liberal. Is that going to give me an ultra-liberal point? I'm going to hit it. I'm going to press it, but I hope it doesn't give me a second ultra-liberal point.
Cool. I've made more money by just being than I have with Oranese lit.
You made more money by just being. Being what?
Many things. A roller skating instructor, a secretary, Miss Oranje 37.
Miss Oranje? Now there is something you should linger on. Wouldn't it be, inappropriate to linger? All things considered, very. Now linger. What is Miss Oranje 37?
It's a beauty pageant, held in the year of our century 37, in Oranje.
What's a beauty pageant?
It's a competition For stupid girls, men look at them and choose the most beautiful.
What is beauty?
When you have the fewest deviations from the norm. I've been told it's a type of mediocrity that I possess.
So you were stupid and mediocre?
No. I was the most stupid and mediocre. And I got a crown and a sash and a scepter for it. And a scholarship to study at an islet.
Understood.
Mm-hmm. I would offer you coffee, but it's garbage. Literally tastes like poison.
Could we take a look at your passport, please?
I'm afraid you can't, officer.
Why is that?
Because it's buried in a sealed plastic bag at an undisclosed location on the coast, along with cash and airline tickets.
Thank you for your candor. Why?
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person when west of the river.
Pretty sure I have the legal right to demand your passport, miss.
Look, officers, I like this place, but I don't want to be stuck wandering the city like a ghost after being robbed of my travel documents. I don't want to become an indentured servant in a brothel on Boogie Street, and I don't want my relatives to pay the ransom.
How do I know you've told us your real name?
If I were to lie to you, I would come up with a more mainstream name than Clausia Mondu. It's a weird name.
What if you knew that? Therefore you specifically chose a weird name so that we wouldn't suspect it. I mean, go calling yourself Betty Smith, then yeah, everyone's gonna be like, I don't think that's the real name. Okay then.
Okie dokie.
Thank you, that's it for the record.
The record. So official.
Nice room you've got here.
Yeah, it's pretty deluxe.
Hate to say it, but you've got sand all over the place.
Yeah, I've contaminated it pretty bad.
Is that why you're out here?
The contamination spreads from room to room. First, I escaped upstairs. The sad got that too. Then I found the handle for the summer door.
Oh my. What if you contaminate this too?
The world?
A squall of seagulls under the low-hanging sky. Distant machinery from the harbour. It's wide open and cold.
It's hard to contaminate such a wide open space. Even for me. At least I hope so. If I do, where will any of us go?
What exactly is the nature of this contamination?
For me, it's a mix of me with a lack of cleaning services. How about you? Talk around the establishment is, you have an industrial sad spill in there.
She taps the roof with her heel. Somewhere below, military-grade sad is dripping off the walls. You should say the first thing. It's honest. It will lead to introspection. Something is bad in my head in the past. I hate objects. I am part of the anti-object task force. It is a demon who smells of betrayal and apricots. It's alcoholism. I don't know what it is. 5 choices. They're all fairly distinct. I think I only get one choice, so let's see what the class thinks. Here's the what the class thinks when I talk to Klasha. Here is the vote. Please. Tell me what you think I should say. Ooh. Anti-object task force wins in the last few seconds. Yeah, I'm torn between 1 and 2 because 1 is honest. I like Inland Empire's prompting there. I think 1 is a nice one. However, I've never been in the anti-object task force before. I've never played that way, so that one gets my vote because it's an unusual and uncommon line. So I kind of want to click it because I may never get the chance to click it again. Let's go with it.
That's pretty hardcore. I'm part of the anti-human task force myself.
Really? I think we call those murderers. Sheer terror, panic and screaming. What you doing here in the whirling in rags?
I'm wintering.
How long have you been staying here?
About 4 months. I came in November.
Why here?
Here in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Revachol?
here on the Insulindian Isola?
Came to see the new world. It's a tourist thing.
This is by far not the only reason she's here. She isn't overtly hiding it either. What happened to the old New World?
It turned out to be a Zarath-infested third world slum. I'm Winter.
How long?
About 4 months. Here in the Whirling.
Here in Revachol.
Martinez, I always wanted to see the only city in the world in the worst time of the year. It's a tourist thing.
This is by far not the only reason she's here.
How long?
About 4 months. Here in the Whirling.
Martinez.
I heard this is where the washed-up disco has-beens go.
No, this is Sassy Town. It's where the future of dance lies.
If you say so, officer. If you say so. I'm Winter.
How long?
About 4 months. Here in the Whirling.
In the Whirling.
In Martin. Because it's the funkiest building in Martinez. And because all the other buildings are bombed to hell.
Fair. You have quite a collection of prescription dragarinos down there.
Thank you. I've put a lot of time and effort into it.
She says without any discernible irony. Technically, possession of narcotics is legal in Revachol, but you should still reprimand her. Narcomania is nothing to be proud of, miss. No, it was quite impressive. How did you amass such a hoard?
With money, sir. It's not exactly the NT-star-sized caboodle I intend for it to be one day, but it's getting there.
Collection includes an Acra, an opioid antagonist.
Comes in handy when you've done too many opioids.
Is that something that happens to you often, miss?
Yeah, his tone isn't aggressive, just inquisitive. That line is completely superfluous in this version of the game. We can hear Kim speak it, but it made perfect sense back when this was one of the many lines that didn't have voice. A lot of stuff like that, a lot of artifacts of the original writing of the game, where it's just like unnecessarily descriptive of tone and audio when you hear the audio.
Better safe than sorry.
She takes a drag and smiles. You seem to have, among other things, Preptide. Or at least you did. Until I came along!
Oh, yes. One of my favorites. It cures many ailments.
Like what?
Like not being able to stay up for 36 hours. Not being happy. It cures those ailments. It's just a merit speed molecule, basically.
Cool. I took some for personal use. This line is why I took the speed. I want to hear her actually read this line aloud. It's not that amazing. It's one that I remember, and so I want to hear it read aloud.
Huh? Motherfucker took my Preptide? Looks like you owe me one, officer. I'm talking serious corruption here.
This does not amount to actual corruption. I can easily log it under confiscation.
Got my back, Kim.
Robbed by common highwaymen.
It's hard to tell if she means it in earnest or as a joke. She's not angry, but it's true. She's going to have to find some more Preptide now. That window is new.
It is.
She moves slightly to your left to check her reflection in it. The lieutenant makes a note in his notebook. I've got other questions.
Okay.
Watching herself reflected in the bedroom window, tall and sparkling and draped in smoke.
Yeah? Alright.
Kind of wish that you could just give it back. Yeah, that would be cool. So... unfortunately, there is no option as to how to bring this topic up other than the one presented. I have a personal question, does not lead us into a softer version of this. Personal question is to do with, I noticed your room is close to mine. That's you asking her what she knows about you. In fact, let's do this one first, because I think it's less confrontational than this. So yeah, I noticed your room is close to mine. I have a personal question.
Yes. You're just one room away. Very personal.
Were you in Sunday night? I need to know what I did before I lost my memory.
You do not need to know that. What you need is to ask normal police questions.
Like, they tell us you were raped? Jesus, Kim. Okay, then. Fine, then. They tell us you were... I think we have to come back to her without Kim. Yeah, when Kim is not around to stop you, ask Clache what she heard from your room the night before you emerged into reality. Anyway. So, they tell us you were raped! Jesus. I really wish there was some other way. It's worse on your first playthrough when you don't know Clarshay all that well. Like, I know that this isn't going to be nearly as horrible as I'd be worried it would. But, yeah. Just fucking, what even is tact?
It's a bit early in the morning for rate, isn't it?
Actually, it's already after. I love that this, whenever someone mentions time in this game, they always make a point of acknowledging the fact that, technically speaking, you could get that line any time. So if it's actually morning, sure, but you could ask her this at 1 in the morning. You could ask her this at like 11 at night. It's already afternoon.
Is it?
Squinting, she takes a look around. The spring sun is high in the sky. People pass below.
It is afternoon. Time flies, man.
So, were you?
Yeah. I'm gonna go with not raped. I don't want to say that shit about him.
And there we have the reason why that conversation isn't as horrifying. I was thinking about it when we were talking to Titus and it was first brought up, because I didn't really react as much. I know I did in my first playthrough. Second that came up, I was very uncomfortable. All the way until we started talking to her. Because I didn't know where the game was going to go, and I didn't know how appropriate it was going to be for streaming. And also I didn't know whether it was going to go to places that anyone in this chat or I myself would, you know, have to nope out of. But, yeah, I was thinking about that when we were talking to Titus. I was like wondering if there were people in chat thinking those things and wondering, why is Gav just kind of no-selling that? Well, it's because I know Clarshay, the character, who is very emotionally detached in pretty much all of the conversations that we have with her, which makes it, to me, easier. But, yeah. Clarshay is a curious one.
Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, you know, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more, rapeable.
Jesus Christ, but okay. By they, she means the Hardy Boys.
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery. Sexual assault, maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier.
So the reason that the first time raped was brought up, Titus seemed to regret it. The reason why we weren't supposed to get on that line of questioning at all is because it's shaky. Titus doesn't really know where Clarshay stands and what she's going to say to us. They have a story, and they tried to lay it down, but they weren't confident about it. And they accidentally put themselves into the position of having to go with it. And now they just have to hope that the other end of that holds true. And would you look at that? She does not. Titus asked you to spice things up for us.
Pretty much.
She cradles her coffee cup in both hands, warming them. She must be very cold and exhausted of this life. Are you sure? You weren't raped?
I'm 89% sure.
Does that mean you're 11% not sure?
You know how it is.
You do know how it is. I do.
Sure you do, you disco animal.
She cuts you down to size with her light brown eyes.
In conclusion, officer, I'm gonna go with a mild to medium, not raped, here.
Lieutenant, I don't know what to say about this.
I'm sorry, miss, but we need a definite statement.
Let me make this 100% clear then, officers. I was not sexually assaulted. Would I be this flippant if I had been?
You get the feeling she's done enough opiates and needed enough nacra to still be flippant if her arm were cut off and fed to her. Never seen someone characterized as uniquely suited to the predilections of Hannibal Lecter before. Well, I suppose he eats the people himself. He doesn't feed it to him, does he? What did happen between you and the victim?
We partied.
Wait. Partied? Where have I heard that before? Wait, no. What kind of partying? This kind? Or you mean like a birthday party? It's the wait. Usually wait means I can go down to the rest of these. So I will try the wait line, but I'm not sure.
A lot of partying going on.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Do we go for birthday party, my kind of party, or pure questioning? I will press the vote button. How innocent is our Harry? Ooh, back and forth there. We swung back around to birthday party after a strong... You fucks! Go with the birthday party. I think that's funny.
Yes. We made balloon animals, drank lemonade, inflated a bouncy castle.
Did you rim the lemonade glasses with sugar? I like to do that.
Yeah, I love that too. We frosted the glasses, I unwrapped my bike, there was a petting zoo with little white rabbits.
Her voice is girlishly high-pitched now. Really?
I would like it to have been that way, but it wasn't.
How was it?
We drank, sir. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had that effect on each other. We made each other drink harder. That's why I liked him.
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect, making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. It's quite the combination. We also had sex.
Whoa, after so much drinking and drugs, how did they manage it? Hold on. How?
Untraditionally, officer.
She puts out her Astra, but lights another one with its end first. She's cold and strange. I'm not picking anything up here. Her imagination starts worrying whether you want it to or not. Were feelings involved?
A little. The drugs were good enough, and we did enough of them.
How did you two meet?
The lieutenant's voice is quiet, calm.
Downstairs, at the bar. He was on some sort of assignment. A military man, as you probably know. Had a cool, scary scar.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that.
Must have been hard for you to see him there.
Oh, yes. I've had a great view. From the roof, out of the bathroom window, in my dreams.
A bitter cringe. It hurts. You look to the lieutenant.
You called us, the RCM.
Yes.
The call. Reporting the hanging, that was you?
I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching.
Reporting crimes is confidential in Revachol, miss.
Before we go on, if it's snitching, why do it?
Because I couldn't handle it anymore. None of these people called. He just kept hanging there. Then they started stripping him.
The caller's voice was disguised.
I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little.
Nicked it? How?
With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into it. Into the cold wire.
Which landline?
The one downstairs, officer. I used the whirling landline.
Why go through all the trouble?
I don't know, sir. It was stupid. I was drunk, too. I was probably afraid the Union was listening in. Locals say they have ears in the wires.
I am wearing his boots. Fuck.
Thank you for making the call, miss. It was the right thing to do.
I didn't want to, sir. But if I hadn't, he'd still be hanging there.
You know what? You know what I think? I think the boots are a trap, and I think the boots are a trap for that that Titus check. Because what do the boots do? They give you +2 authority, but they give you -1 composure. And what happens after we pass that authority check with Titus? We get a red composure check for Clache. The one that trying to keep our composure. It didn't really matter because I had so many negatives and my composure was on my weakest skills set that it was always going to be a 3%er, but that's interesting, isn't it? What can you tell me about him? Name, eyes, age.
I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later, maybe. I keep seeing him. Like he is now. I can't talk about his... I don't know. Hair.
Another puff, more nervous.
I know it's difficult, miss. We can return to it later.
She meant she sees him in her dreams. I've also seen him in a dream.
You have? Not like I do, I imagine.
She's run out of cigarette. Time to light a new one. She sees them in each other's arms. You're in each other's arms, aren't you?
Yes. And then he's dead. His mouth agape.
She looks into the light green pack of cigarettes and pulls out another one, preparing to light it. I see him as me. She dips the cigarette in the lighter's flame and inhales, and then looks at you with her lungs full of smoke.
I can see the similarity, yes.
She breathes out through her nostrils. The air smells of menthol.
Funny.
The lieutenant says softly.
Funny how?
Nothing. I also saw him. We had a long inspection and that sort of thing sticks with you. Let's move on.
Why did they hang him for? If not rape.
He had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing. But you probably know all about it.
And his role in this strike was... what?
To break the fucking thing, I imagine.
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military, worked for Wild Pines, and against the Union. We didn't discuss work much, if you know what I mean. But I understood it was dangerous.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods. Why was there a bullet in his head?
Bullet? They shot him too?
There's a silence. Her brows meet in the middle for a pained frown.
They stripped his clothes and they shot him?
You mean after they hanged him?
I'm confused, sorry.
So am I. Were you aware that he had also been shot, miss?
Things are starting to go a little over my head here. I thought he was hanged. I was not present when they did it. I don't know what happened. I just know what they told me. And Sylvie, the bartender.
It's hard to know what to think about that answer. That was a failure. We needed a 10 for logic there. How do the Hardy Boys know you?
They're frequent guests. Downstairs. They have a booth for Union members. They're probably down there now.
And how did you meet?
Over drinks. It's been a long, boring winter.
Did you party?
A little, yeah.
Like you partied with the deceased?
No, not as hard.
I'm sorry to have to ask this, but have you had a physical relationship with any of the Hardy Boys?
What do you reckon, Kimothy?
I have.
Which one?
Which ones, sir? I don't remember precisely. Titus, obviously. But as I said, it's been a long winter.
Thank you for telling us all of this, miss. She breathes a silvery sigh of relief and weariness. The air on the roof feels humid.
Should we head by downstairs, officer? We may have things to discuss there.
I had something else before we go. A little thing. She nods. Silvery cigarette fumes disappear into her mouth.
Not my favorite topic. How about we, change the subject to something more lighthearted now?
There is a volition test here. But it's white, so we can back out, get our outfits sorted. Let's return to this later, miss.
Why not? I'll be here until 11 p.m., drinking coffee, most likely.
Volition. Do we have anything for that? The main thing we need to do for volition is make sure our morale is full, because every piece of morale damage takes your volition down. We do not have anything for volition. Volition is unaided by skills, and our morale is full. So I'll throw a save in, but I've got 3 skill points at this stage, so I wouldn't be opposed to dropping one into volition. Help my morale out. It'll help my morale out anyway.
Officer. It's a fine day.
Probably a failure, though. It's not a good check there. Let's hit this. It is a psyche skill that we would like to increase. That'll go from 28 to... Let's go all the way to 42, I think. Yeah, even. Alright, give it a roll. Ah! Soft, light brown eyes look back at you, directly into the space behind your eye sockets. You see the smoke rise from between her painted red lips. She's beautiful. Oh. I have bad news for you. What? You know these guys?
Who, me? Yes, he's talking about you, you sinewy idiot.
You too.
Me? What have I done this time?
These guys are compromised. She's got them singing along to her tune. The little beeps and bloops you trust for info. You can't trust them anymore. Oh my god. Believe it. Which ones exactly are affected? There's no way of knowing. At the moment, I'm afraid it's best to assume all of them.
Bullshit, man. I ain't compromised.
Especially that guy. That guy's the most compromised one in here.
No fucking way, man. I just want to drag that sweet menthol Ziggy.
Really? Quick, tell me what's under her jumpsuit.
Glory, truth, softness. Protect her. She wants you.
I want to hear the narrator do this. Let's repeat that. I want to hear how the narrator does this because I want to be disappointed. Listen to this.
There's no way of knowing. At the moment, I'm afraid it's best to assume all of them. Bullshit, man. I ain't compromised. Especially that guy. That guy's the most compromised one in here. No fucking way, man. I just want a drag of that sweet menthol Ziggy. Really? Quick, tell me what's under her jumpsuit. Glory, truth, softness, protect her. She wants you.
Sorry, I dozed off there. Did we get it? I think we got it. That's why I have my voice settings the way they are. Electrosomnolence. And I don't mean to bully the guy. I don't think it's his fault. I think it is a fault of the voice direction choices. I think he is a fantastic narrator. The problem is he wasn't given narration there. That's character. That's character, and he was asked to do it in the form of a narrator. If I was asked to do it in the form of a narrator, I'd make it boring too, because that's the problem. He's fine, but he was play. It's it's like when you get those horrible B movies that happen to have a famous person in it, and the famous person just can't carry it. It's still bad. It's because it's, you know, it's systemic. Like you can't fix bad if it's all throughout. How did this happen? How it always does. Through subtlety. What can I do? There's nothing you can do about it. You are how you are, and she is how she is. Things will go as they do. Can't you turn them normal again? No. What use is this, then? It's better to know you're being played than to be played without knowing it, is it not? Does this mean she's been lying to me? I think it's safe to assume yes. Mr. Thespian here hasn't been speaking up. If he were, I suspect there would be paeans to her truthfulness, like this. She is the lady most fair, just. In his defense, to reduce him to such inadequacy, she probably had to employ half-truths more often than outright lies. That is correct. And omissions, too. Can I trust that guy? A little. They're all still of limited use, interpreting things to the best of their ability. Maybe they add flair or something? I wouldn't know. I don't add flair. But when it comes to assessments of character and factual accuracy, they are not to be trusted. Not with her. Can I trust them ever again? Don't be melodramatic. You can trust them, just not with Miss Oranje Disco Dancer here. You'd argue that the trait voices should be a single voice actor distinct from the narrator, but all of the traits are voiced by the same person since they're all part of one psyche. They kind of do that with Ancient Reptilian Brain and Limbic System. There is one dude who does the voice-over of the dream sequences, and this is something that was kind of broken by the final cut, because initially that was like always seen as important enough to be voiced. And so you've got ancient reptilian brain, nothing out there but primordial blackness. And then the same voice actor does the limbic system, which talks like this, talks about all of your internal problems. And those two carry those dream sequences and also the occasional deep internal stuff. That actor maybe should have been doing the skills, yeah. And then maybe you could have endurance and physical instruments sound more like the reptilian brain, and then have the more cerebral thoughts sound more like the limbic system. Or maybe do another couple of different voices as well, I don't know. I think that you don't need 24 voices for this. You could do 4 and divide it by intellect, psyche, physique, and motorics. However, there are some cases that are really bad. Endurance, pain threshold, and phys instrument can all be the same guy, but electrochemistry has got to be... it can be the same voice, but it's got to be a different tack to it. But yeah, the narrator shouldn't be doing your skills. A light green speck and imperfection on the outer rim of her right iris. It sparkles. The narrator might have range. We can't say that he doesn't, because he has been hired as a narrator, which means he's going to narrate. It might be that he has no range, and that the reason why electrochemistry sounds so boring is because that was what he earnestly thought was the best. However, I don't want to do that to him. I don't want to assume that of him. It's entirely possible that voice direction is why he sounded that way, and if he had been told to voice electrochemistry as a character, then he would have done a fantastic job. We don't know, and I refuse to I'm going to stay agnostic on this question. But, yeah, what you need is a voice actor with range and directed to employ it. What is her plan? You can't draw a sound conclusion. The one who usually does that says, huh, no Mr. Conclusion. You're always kind of limited in your analytical abilities. It's not her fault, but still. Must have, yeah, because logic is 1. Logic just didn't work there. And Volition noticed it. That's cool. I've been talking to myself long enough. Let's get back to it. Don't worry, it's only been 4 or 5 seconds. You've got this. Say out loud, Miss, are you manipulating me? Or, don't say anything, close your eyes and let the moment pass. I'm gonna do a chat vote for that. You got 13 seconds. Less if you are dealing with my delay. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're gonna speak up. 60-40. The silence broken, she exhales a little cloud of smoke and says,
God, no.
and that was it. We'll return to this later, miss. Let's head into this other door. Also, this is superfluous now. They used to give you a little pronunciation guide here, and they still do, for Oranje and Classier. But now you can actually hear those words spoken. There is a tiny hole in the wall. You see a bedroom on the other side. Hang the fuck on, what? You can almost see the shape of a man and a woman writhing inside, bathed in drug sweat and dirty linens. Bottles lie around everywhere. What were those people doing in there? You lean closer to the peephole instinctively. Oh, I bet they're doing something quite unnatural in there. Sensationally unnatural. Your mesolimbic reward pathway would have ventured a guess. One of the bottles is probably being put somewhere it doesn't belong. I think I can see into Clashay's bedroom from here. Upon doing our research, this is that narrator's first piece of VA work. No, it wasn't. This came out last month. He was the narrator in Animal Farm last year. We already established that, didn't we? I think I can see into Clashay's bedroom from here.
You can barely see through. Better not to jump to sensationalist conclusions here. The footprints on the floor, however, definitely suspicious.
I think I just made a joke about that, Sisquan. No, but we... Blue Moon, you were part of that conversation, weren't you? Animal Farm... I don't know that Orwell's Animal Farm would credit their narrator, or at least that the... Yeah, like if I look that up, I get the narrator of the movie from 54. But okay, Disco Elysium narrator. Guy's name is Lenville Brown. Yeah, no, there's news articles saying it was his that he'd never acted before. That's interesting. It really sounded like the same dude though. But then again, it doesn't... They're not mutually exclusive. What are we saying here? Disco Elysium Final Cut came out last month. Disco Elysium Final Cut had that narrator speak a staggering 350,000 words in the game. How long do you reckon that took? Animal Farm, meanwhile, was like a 5-hour experience with a bunch of tiny little lines. I can see him being in both while doing Disco Elysium Final Cut first. Oh, Jesus Christ. Possible. Anyway, it 100% sounds like him, but it's not like you've looked it up. Yeah, I kind of want to look into that more, but I can't. I am live. We have footprints on the floor.
Boring footprints. I want to jump to sensationalist conclusions.
Sorry, Electrochem. Let's talk to Kim about the conversation we just had with Clashé before he goes mad with this little bouncing text bubble.
Looks like we have more to discuss with those so-called Hardy Boys. Half their reasoning just went out the window.
Do you think this will make them cooperate?
Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. Her decision to not corroborate their story was definitely not part of the plan.
Why did she tell us all of that?
What else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it.
I have reason to doubt my ability to see through her lies.
If not you, then me. It was a smart move from her.
Something is off here.
You think so? She seemed forthcoming. Unusually so. Being forthcoming about some things is a good way to obscure other things.
There you go.
The best liars are always forthcoming. Anyway, we should move. I suspect our investigation will bring us back here soon enough.
The pinball machine has been taken apart and gutted. You clearly see footprints of the downy carpet of dust covering the workshop floor.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new.
Someone's been here within the last week or two.
3 weeks maximum, from the dust coverage. It could easily have been 1 week too. You know, officer.
It's been 1 week since you snuck around, peeped your eye through the hole and watched Klaas's room.
This isn't bad at all. It was a good idea to see where that door leads. Commendable work bringing us to this place.
Yeah. Okay, what does this mean?
It means someone snuck through what seems like a secret route, behind our rape victim's room, in the recent weeks. This may prove to be significant.
Our rape victim? I thought we'd moved on from calling her that. Not the same guy. Let's have a closer look then. Crouch, study the footprints. Large prints, most likely made by boots. The size is hard to determine. Sole could be bigger than vamp? Vamp? The soles have left a pattern, uniform horizontal lines. One person has been here. They've gone back and forth. The tips point both ways. Prints look like one person went back and forth.
Between that and that.
He points to the barred door. This print doesn't look like the odd-soled print we found at the hanging.
The size looks about the same, actually. They're not the same shoe, but they could be the same person.
Suppose it is true that people don't just wear one pair of shoes their whole life. It doesn't look like the workers' boots, though.
No. These little horizontal lines are different. They look custom-made to me. Or some kind of foreign print. Hard to say. Still a boot, though.
Everything around you is quiet. The prints crisscross the workshop floor. Four skill points now. Okay, that's pretty good. A pinball maker's coat. +1 empathy and +1 hand-eye. Also, looks very detective-y, frankly. Let's get rid of this hat. There we go. That's better. Oh yeah. That's an outfit. If it wasn't for the shopping bag and the pry bar. Also, the boots don't really fit in with the rest, but, you know, we're keeping those on. Schematics for a pinball machine, futurism themed. Boxes of tools and replacement parts line the shelves. Small windows taped shut with black plastic. You cannot see outside. There seems to be some kind of workshop for fixing up pinball machines a long time ago. Everything is covered with dust now. The lieutenant looks around the dusty, crowded room, inspecting the tools on the shelf. Doesn't look like that machine will ever get fixed.
At some point, 20 years ago, 15 maybe, before pinball went out of vogue.
This used to be a pinball workshop.
Looks like it. I'm guessing Martinez North 22 used to be a pinball arcade before it became a hostel. There are machines left over.
He taps his foot.
A creak. Some dust falls off a shelf.
Downstairs in the hall, next to the main door. One of them even works. I've seen one of the hearties bang away at it.
Whirling in Rags was once the East Delta Pinball Arcade. This is all left over from that.
Ah, yes, as the novelty dice makers said. This has absolutely nothing to do with the case, I'm sure. But I do like a nice little connection.
Even made a note. But then it went bankrupt. Your skin crawls from making the connection. Could this mean the whirling is part of the doomed commercial area?
If that's true, then our cafeteria manager is not going to like it. We should tell him what we found up here, omitting that suspicion. He does not appear to be the kind of man who likes his establishment to be part of a neighborhood ghost story about bankruptcy.
It's not a ghost story, it's a curse, and Gart ought to be made knowledgeable so he can perform counterspells. We have got a task for it, the doomed hostel. The question yet to be totally answered. Is the hostel part of the doomed commercial area, or is it not? And here we have it. The other side of the Whirling's door. So you don't need the key, you can come through the opposite way. But we have the key, so we'll be able to go straight through. This pinball is White Diora. The back glass shows a female figure in mourning. A note. NB! The spare key is tied to the bush outside the corner room window. Don't know why that note is specifically directed at NB people, but sure. You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. This door is connected to the one upstairs. But how do we get through?
Have you tried using the key? I suspect that will work.
Thanks, Kim. The key fits the lock. It takes a bit of effort to turn after all these years, but it clicks. This pinball says Franco-Nigerian. The theme is horses and swords. All these mesmerizing machines just waiting to be plugged back in and played. Run your finger across the dust of the White Diora machine. Feels like I might jump back to life any moment. The lights illuminating the white-robed woman. What's White Diora?
Some kind of inane pinball theme. Probably related to Messina during the DeLorean age. The history themes are the worst.
The lieutenant grimaces, looking at the machines. How about we fire one of these bad boys up and play some ball?
You can't fire them up. They are broken. Only that one machine in the main hall works. The Royalist Pinball.
He looks away. What a dumb name. Royalist Pinball. If they weren't broken, he would kick one of these machines about now. Sounds like you don't enjoy pinball, Kim.
No, I love it. I love pinball. Who doesn't love pinball? Let's move on.
He doesn't. What about that other one, the Franco-Nigerian ball? Want to play that?
No.
I can't prepare myself for this. I can only fall upon the mercy. We can't save. We can't do anything if we fail. If we fail, we just fucking fail. So, increase my intellect. Increase my intellect. And we can hopefully get a 72% chance, which is pretty okay. Not quite 3/4. Think. Kim Kitsuragi. Kim Kitsuragi. It's strange that he doesn't like pinball. Kim here is a Sealite. His people are incredibly dexterous, and they all love pinball. Matter of fact, hey, didn't you guys, invent pinball?
Us? Guys?
Stop. No matter, this is a failure. I'm failing and I'm going to stop. What does the vote say? Do we listen to our volition? The angel and the devil on the shoulder are arguing. Oh. No. I'm not pushing Kim. If we'd succeeded, that's one thing, but
Let's not go down the racial shovel hole. Exactly. Oh, actually, we finished at 50. So only half of you are wankers. That's good to know. This is a failure. I'm failing and I'm going to stop.
Okay. I don't like pinball because I had to learn to play it for an undercover job at a pinball ring. And it's a lame, boring, and unchallenging game. There. We can move on now.
Super. Tip-top. That went pretty well, all things considered. I have literally never managed to pass that check. I really want to know what Kim's actual pinball connection is and whether it's as simple as what he says in the failure, because I've never seen it succeed. Wait, no, not
hello,
you.
dear.
Guard. Guard is who I wanted to talk to.
Can I help you?
I saw another thing at the whirling.
Another thing? Great. I love those.
What if I told you I got into the back room, behind the blue steel door?
Oh, okay. Well, I did hear you make noise back there, so good for you.
Takes a lot of willpower not to ask. Obviously he's been wanting to know what's behind the door. Aren't you going to ask me what's back there?
Okay, what is back there?
Skeletons! A mausoleum of the dead.
Yes, haha. What's actually behind there?
Pinball machines, a pinball workshop.
Ha! I knew it. I've always wondered where those machines by the door came from. And they told me there was some kind of pinball thing here too. I knew it. Were there any back there? In working order, I mean.
Why, do you want to play? Because I might be up for a game.
No, I was just wondering if you found pinball machines there.
I feel a capitalist plot coming up.
Capitalist plot. The pinball we have in the corner now is broken. I want to diversify the entertainment options. It wouldn't hurt to get a little life in here. Other than the hellish karaoke machine. That one's always causing trouble.
How dare you. Sounds like he cares about the place. He's not going to be overjoyed to hear that it's part of the doomed commercial area. He should still know. You have to be forewarned about these things. I have to warn you. I may have discovered that the whirling is part of the doomed commercial area.
What? Why would you say that? We're at a completely different address from that whole thing.
Wait, so you know of the curse?
Everyone knows of it.
Well, the whirling is listed on the intercom outside as one of the businesses in Building B. You should get your wiring fixed. Tried to call, couldn't reach you.
I've been working here for a long time, and that intercom has never been used by the whirling.
Hold on, not once? Isn't that already a sign of decline?
It's a sign of the whirling in rags not being part of the doomed commercial area. If anything, we're revitalizing this neighborhood.
Oh, yeah.
Relax, Mr. Gart. I'm sure there is no doom. He simply wants to share his discoveries with you.
The whirling was once the East Delta Pinball Arcade, which failed. Though, perhaps the whirling will escape the curse.
Does this look like part of a doomed commercial area? This pre-revolutionary tilework? These high ceilings? The nice rooms? Well, most of the rooms.
There are 3 rooms. One of them has been trashed by me, one of them has been trashed by Clache, and the other one has Kim in it, so that one's probably fine, but that one's the smallest.
For 14 years, man. That's how long I've worked here. I've kept this place up through hail and through sleet. Fuck me, if some doom ghost...
He steadies his voice. He's done a fine job too, though he's spoken of the place dismissively before. The hostel is actually very important to him. You really care about the whirling, huh?
Yeah, it's slowly growing on me again. It's beautiful in its own way, especially for this neighborhood. I've been trying to keep it that way, even if it is part of the damn doomed commercial area.
Ah! So you finally admit it!
Yes, your police skills have delivered. I'm sure you'll get a commendation, maybe even a promotion.
Who owns this place?
Some real estate management company. They never come around here, just collect money from afar. Honestly, I think some money laundering might be involved.
And who named it Whirling in Rags?
Well, it sure as hell wasn't the real estate company.
It was you?
You look surprised. What? It's a great name, I know. Cafeteria managers come up with great names too. It's from a song.
A song?
Hail, Holy Queen by the Ateniers. Hail, Holy Queen of the Sea. You're whirling in rags, You're vast and you're sad.
Good pick.
What about those other cafeterias you manage?
What about them? One is a basement dive frequented by chain-smoking communists. I can't tell you how sick I am of Kraz Mazov and Ignis Nielsen and all those old ghosts.
Could you give me the address? Well, too bad it's all doomed then.
Whatever. Was there anything else? Because I need to think about how I'm going to get those pinballs in here.
Clache in room 3, she nicked your phone line.
Why? No, fuck it. I don't want to know. I don't want to know why these degenerates do what they do. I thought we had one good guest in the building.
You have Lena. Lena's a good customer.
Yeah, well, she's not a guest, is she?
What? Did someone mention my name?
We were just paying you a compliment. And finding out a degenerate from room 3 nicked the phone line. Everything is okay here. Good thing that guest pays for her stuff on time. I'll forward her the bill and be done with it. Was there anything else?
Yeah, there's a peephole in the wall. It's really creepy.
What wall?
Upstairs in the secret back room, right next to Clache's bedroom. I found it when I found the pinball machines.
I'll have it fixed at once. Thank you for letting me know. I assure you, the Whirling does not abide spying on its guests.
What a shame to fix such a good peephole. Holy shit, electrochemistry. No. Alright, you've been notified.
Thank you. I'll patch it up personally. Was there something else about the establishment? I hope not. Yes?
No.
Got the 20 real? Then why?
Yeah, you also got Kim. What the fuck was that about one good guest? Maybe it's the cop stink.
I've got nothing to say to you.
Okay then, I've got nothing to say to you. Alright, we could go back to Titus Hardy and go further on the Clache topic. Is there anything else that I would like to do before continuing to push that? Because I'm not ready to talk to Clash about these two things yet. We do need to talk to the scab leader about the tattoos, so let's maybe do that. And we could also maybe check in with the dice maker. I lost track of the 8 hours thing. I don't know when that'll be, but 3, 2, 1, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. It should have been 8 hours. So the dice should be ready. And there's also Kuno. We could try Kuno. We've spent enough time in the Whirling. We've just spent like 3 hours in there, so... But yeah, one of my things with this playthrough that I've just sort of decided to do is I'm going to do everything I can on this side of the canal before I cross it. There's a lot of stuff on the other side of the canal, but I'm gonna try and max all the shit on this side first. I don't know why, I just want to do. Doesn't Kim go home at night at this point? Yeah, sure, but he's not ready yet. Is there anything else new here? Tap on the fuel preheater gauge. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
No. That's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing. They are also fragile. I'm not going to turn it on for you again.
Was there something that we needed to report here?
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Connect me to Sylvie again.
Just a second, officer. Sylvie Malaika on the line for you, officer. Yes. Hello?
Hey Sylvie, it's the police again.
Oh, great. What else do you need, detective?
Have you seen my badge?
Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. The law.
This exact conversation has happened before. Establishing authority before this young girl seems to have been important to you in the past. Don't go there again. Wait, how did you first learn I'm a police officer?
You told me back in the Whirling. You told everybody, and so does your badge. I don't need to hear about it anymore.
My badge is missing. Have you seen it anywhere?
Oh, no, I haven't, sorry.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours? Kim doesn't have a uniform. He seems real to me.
He's in plain clothes voluntarily. It's different from not knowing where your uniform is. I found my patrol cloak earlier, but have you seen my policeman uniform?
Uniform? I never saw you in any uniform. You had your things on. The disco things.
Do you know how my paperwork ended up in the trash container behind the whirling?
Well, you tried to jam it down the toilet, sir, clogging it completely. After I had unclogged the toilet and retrieved the paperwork, I threw it out in the trash, thinking you didn't need it. I am sorry about that. Anything else, Detective? Anything else I can help you with, officer?
10-4, come in. 10-4, sir. Sorry, but I'm under orders to give a negative to request for personal information. 10-4. Roger.
Okay, no, there was nothing new. There will be, but right now there's nothing. Where were we going? Scab leader. We were going to show him the corpse of his mate, but of course, as per tradition, hello, racist.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Fuck off, racist.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
Are you a mercenary hired by Wild Pines?
Hell no. I'm just an honest scab. I won't have talk like that around here. You understand?
Those two things, they don't go together. His neck muscles tense up, the veins in his neck bulge. Be careful. He's holding it deep in, but there are things in there you don't want to meet. Is there a tribunal being convened by any chance?
Fucking fuck.
He breathes out slowly, his giant chest deflating and his mouth slightly open. I'm going to interpret that as a yes. There is a tribunal, and it won't be long until it's ready.
How about you fuck off now, huh?
Okay, of course.
Okay. The man's breathing steadies, but his eyes still narrow. Slowly, he's trying to get his right to work dance back on. It's hard to do that when you want to beat a man into a pulp instead. I think you may be able to help me decipher some tattoos.
Don't think so.
He grunts, barely glancing at it. Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea. They were on the body of the man who was hanged. It was on your colonel. We're investigating a murder. These were on the victim's body. Let's forget about this. I am going to start a vote. Please do not get me killed. I am going to hide my head so that I can delight at the final results and be surprised by them without having to watch them tick around and confuse it. Da 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 da. Really? Guys! For fuck's sake! Well, I'm pretty sure... I don't know if he actually kills us, but it was on your colonel seems fucking terrible. I will show him, though, because 25... 3 of these are showing him and 1 of these isn't. So technically speaking, show him was voted for. So I just get to pick which. Summer, you wanted me to die? Alright, fuck it, let's see if I die. It was on your colonel. Wordless, he takes the photo and looks at it. Grey eyes dart back and forth on the glossy surface. His face is unmoving. You see dead flesh, colourful rivers of polychrome, melting skin and hair.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in.
Loincloths?
Yeah.
He's clenching his teeth. There is silent pressure behind them.
Sounds rather racist. Can you tell me what the tattoo means?
What it means?
He points to one tiny star in the web of lines away from the man's heart, almost on his stomach.
I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here?
Sure.
Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Benital, 41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance mission. He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kipped villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching employers.
He licks his lips as if drunk suddenly. With some strange emotion. This is about to get really graphic. Last moment to back off. I don't know what's coming. So that seemed like a content warning there, so it's going to take a moment for anybody who maybe does not want to hear a graphic war story that is probably going to be full of atrocities and violence to mute and step away for, like, I don't know how long this is going to take, probably no more than a minute or two. But my curiosity is getting me here. I'm gonna hear it. So if you need to go, go. If you're not sure, go anyway, because it's better safe than sorry. Pressing the button now.
Our boy. He's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon...
His voice gets strangely quiet, a long, long way from right to work. His gaze pierces the paper.
At dawn, he comes upon two kids, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other. I like to think they were breeding. We shot the boy. He was useless, but the girl, she was nice. A little fat, you know, but not too old. She was quite the entertainment for the week she lasted. Expired in the hands of Sarge Mason. The kind of guy who'd make Chief there shit his pants and cry like a bitch.
Nods towards the man on the gates. Measurehead or Manana?
God.
Okay.
Drowned in a creek.
Okay. Something stirs in your stomach. There's a word on the tip of your tongue. Colorless, odorless. It's... You're not really a scab leader, are you? You can read that if you want, but we don't need to hear it spoken.
Fucking mask is getting sweaty. I want to take my mask off. But...
You were there?
No. I was in the domain. In Jamrock. Being a bouncer.
Evil.
You bet it was.
What is evil?
It's just... nature. This guy, he used to say evil is when nature and spirit meet in the wrong place.
Can I have that? It's my picture.
Go ahead.
All right, now. Free commerce! Keep the goods flowing!
Jesus. On the photo in your hands, the dead man's skin is studded with scars. Tens, hundreds of them, littering his dead skin. I'm just going to leave now. Goodbye! What is the faster way to the dice maker? I'm trying to mentally calculate it in my head whether it's faster to go through here or through the bookshop. I think they're both 2 clicks, but the bookshop's clicks are slightly shorter. Did we ever do the, did we ever do this volition check? I think we did and we failed it. Yeah, slipstream SCA. Damn.
Hello again, Esteem.
Hello again, idiot. I love this broken door. So unnecessarily broken. Smells like leather and sweat. We can't lift these again, can we? No. Hi, Kim.
It's dark. And the flashlight works a lot better if you hold it in your hand.
Got it, Kim. No need to rub it in.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Sounds like a very off-kilter threat, but I actually came back to pick mine up.
Excellent. That will be 10 real for 1 set of magnetic dice. This was an especially fun set to make.
She says she opens her drawer and hands you a sparkling pair of dice. Dazzling. It's like you have a pair of tiny disco balls. I believe dice randomly unlock a few white skill checks, but doesn't seem to have done so in this case. Can I order another
I'm
one?
sorry. I'm a bit overloaded just now, so I can only produce 1 die per customer.
You hear that? You only get 1 die, everybody. 1 die per customer. Look at the map tab in Journal to see which white checks have opened. Stunningly, none of them that weren't already open. 100-sided dice are made of ivory and inlaid with magnetic lodestone. When rolled together, pips on the dice interact with each other by pulling and pushing, just like magnetic personalities. But it does suit our superstar couple. What else were we gonna do? Kuno! That's what we were gonna do. Perhaps not my best choice of phrase there, but we will interact with the Kuno. Which does mean dumping a point. Pig just said he was gonna do Kuno! No! No, 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 no. Kuno's little shit show.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad? Kuno doesn't give a fuck about anything.
So we need Psyche Boost. If you'd be so kind. For our empathy. Our ability to understand the mind of the gremlin.
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno S. Interesting. How? Kuno S is by far the worst of the two. Kuno has no problem being near you, but the other hides behind the fence, afraid for her life, like she's done something. Something very bad. She came up with that psychopathic scheme of screaming for help before. Kuno just wanted to talk to you about his name. Kuno S was the one who wound him up and directed him. Also, Kuno hasn't stopped talking to you. Even enjoys it from time to time. When you talk to the other one, it's like talking to a cornered animal. She only hisses and says murder was the case that they gave her. All in all, Kuno respects madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that front. You must win yourself a few minutes with him alone. Kuno! Psst!
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But watch what happens.
Fuck you whispering about!
She puts extra stress onto that word, expecting it will make you uncomfortable.
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful, you can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this. Kuno, listen to me. She's trying to control you. We gotta get you out of here. That will make Kuno look bad. Phew, am I glad she's out of her hair. She's fucked up.
She's not fucked up. Everyone's fucked up. Stop judging shit.
Wrong move. Damn. But he's whispering still. You haven't lost him, just don't mess up again, or you will. There are no guarantees here. Okay, so it's 2 then. It's gotta be 2. It definitely can't be number 1. What's up with her? She's terrifying. Crazy scary.
Crazy? You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in. Probably even pigs.
Stop talking to him! Kuno, I'm fucking warning you! You're gonna get us into shit!
She understands what you're trying to do.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell you? Kuno told you. Kuno talks to whoever he wants.
God, it just doesn't sound right. Kuno talks to whoever the fuck he wants! That's how it should be.
Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
Kuno's got it under control. You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her so she can't read his lips. What do you mean she smoked someone?
Kuno means she killed someone. That's right. She's a killer. Like, actually a killer.
His little green eyes are fixed on yours. Really? Isn't she too small to overpower someone?
Are you getting this? You think I'm fucking telling you a joke here? How hard do you think it is to kill a fat ass? Sweet talk him, then knife him. She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has.
Okay, how many cops has she killed then?
Forget Kuno said that. Kuno was just shitting. Kuno was just running his mouth. Kuno's stupid like that.
He feels eyes on the back of his head and stops. There's something cold in the air, like water lapping against cold stones, or dripping. In a hallway nearby, 3 years ago, there were shoes in the corner. The creature peers at you both from over the fence. There's something searching in her eyes. Fear. You think she has anything to do with the dead man?
Yeah, she would have liked to fuck him up, but she didn't. Kuno wasn't around, and C was with Kuno.
Where were you?
Look, Kuno's gonna put you at ease. We didn't do it.
He speaks the truth, my liege. You said she's insane?
Yeah, she's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho. Cat burning shit. She does the real deal.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What exactly is the real deal?
Snuff radio shit. Believe me, pig, you don't want to know.
And he doesn't want to even think about it. This isn't just another boast. What's that language she uses? I'm not going to say those words, but they're there.
Fuck knows. She says it's the song of her people or some shit.
What people?
Crazy people. The fucking Nakis. I don't know.
Some things are too awful to dwell on. These might be some kind of defense mechanism. Do we still have Snip here? Do we have a Finn Whisperer? What's, is that even a swear, or like...
What are these? Is she your sister?
Fuck no, she's not me sister. She's just a stray who got in, like a mad dog or some shit.
Stray?
Yeah, she was just there.
He points at the apartment building behind the fence.
What was that, Kuno?
The little one twists her neck, looking at the building.
She was in the hallway, dripping wet, by the fucking shoe rack, in the dark.
Why was she dripping wet?
Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. She was there for 3 days, in the corner, every time Kuno went out.
You said she got in? How?
I dunno. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home, and she's sleeping under the desk, under a pile of clothes, like a dog.
This is 3 years ago. He would have been 9. What about your parents?
Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there, or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno.
How are you dealing with all this?
How's Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing just fine. He doesn't need you fucking with any of it. C doesn't either. Kuno's got this shit under control.
He spits through the gap in his front teeth. You need backup. I'm here for you.
Listen. C is Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with C. You fuck with Kuno. You threaten her. You threaten to take her away.
This is what it all comes down to. He needs you to take him seriously now.
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her, sneak up on you later, and fuck you up. You understand?
The boy looks you in the eye, black pupils trying to focus. He may not be able to do it, but he will try. Right now he believes he will. Who are you kidding, kid? You can't take down a man several times your size. You'll end up dead yourself. No. Understood, Kuno.
Alright. Now we can do business.
As I shine a flashlight in his face because I forgot I had it equipped. He's breathing heavily. That took something out of him. Business?
Yeah? What do you want? Kuno can hook you up with...
He starts, no longer whispering.
Oh, don't hook him up with shit, Kuno.
See? Relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. You respect the Kuno, you get all kinds of shit. Kuno's gonna get you hooked on illegal narcotics if you run a little errand for the Kuno. Get you hooked, pig. Get his hook in you. Then Kuno gonna get you hooking for more. Cash in big style. Pig hooker.
Okay, this certainly went some... Look at Kuno's little head shadow. Look at this. I had no idea I could do this with a flashlight. This is amazing. Blind the boy. Well, I'm not trying to get him in the head. I'm looking at the shadow. But yeah, you're right. It does look quite bad when I do that. But this is great.
See, it's tension and release with Kuno. Now we releasing. The pan buying shit, that's on now too. 90% discount for Kuno's pig. Kuno can flex. Kuno flexes for hobos. Kuno sees you're in need.
Well, I got a quest to buy these, so I will. 15 real. Fuck it.
Here, pig. We're full now. Performance buddies.
Kuno unzips his jacket again and pulls the pants out of the plastic wrapping.
Kuno can already see you soaring through the air like a fucking eagle. Pig's in Kuno's debt now. Money debt.
Wait, why? I paid you. Money debt doesn't mean anything. He's just saying words. You're not in his debt. What was that about running you an errand and illegal narcotics, Kuno?
Kuno gets it from his dad. Kuno and his dad are major suppliers. That's where Kuno gets his lightning on. Problem is, Kuno and his dad had a little falling out. Now junkies clawing at Kuno's door. Streets going mad. Kuno's got to throw his dirty popo man at it.
Okay.
Dirty popo man is you. In there is Kuno's violent dad on steroids. Kuno's dad does steroids and speed. If you can take him, you can have half of the speed.
Who is your dad, Kuno?
Kuno's dad is a fucking monster. He's the most violent man in Revachol. He doesn't give a shit about a single thing. He drinks too.
How much material are we talking about?
Like half.
Half of what?
A baggie, but like in this vial.
That's half a gram, sir. Half a gram?
Yeah, half a G. Want it or not?
But that's not very much material at all.
Fuck you talking about half a G? This shit is giant, grade A shit. So clean you can barely see it.
You can barely see it, because there's barely any. I've made up my mind, Kuno, and this is what's going to happen.
Okay, Kuno's listening.
I'm going in there all guns blazing to get the speed because I need it. I'm going in there, but not for the speed. I'm going after the most violent man in Revachol. I'm going in there for justice. I'm a narc, Kuno. I'm going to confiscate that crap. I'm going in there for justice. I'm a narc, Kuno. I'm going to confiscate that crap. Lie. You need speed. I'm not going in there. I think number 2 is the correct choice. We could also go with number 3 if we, want to make an enemy. But I think number 2 is the choice. 1 and 4 don't suit our playthrough because we're not doing a Speed Freak playthrough. But I like the idea of 4, that's funny.
Sure, whatever. If you survive, make sure to bring that shit back to Kuno. Kuno's almost out. You wouldn't like the Kuno when he's out. Just get in the apartment building. Kuno knows you already fucked your way in. Kuno knows everything.
He aggressively points at his eyes.
Go to room 12, first floor, and kick down the door. Police violence style. Kuno style. And then it's action time. You're locked in the room with violent fuckheads.
Wait, you consider your style to be police violence? Are you secretly a cop, Kuno?
That's it. Next time Kuno sees you, you better have his shit.
What the hell are you signing us up for here?
Come on, Kim. Obviously I'm not going to take it. We need to get drugs away from a minor.
Okay, then.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
And we have pants. We can't see them, but we have them. Get speed from Kuno's apartment. Take down Kuno's dad. Optional. Well, let's equip the pry bar. If we're going to be doing some dad taking out, we may as well have heavy weaponry.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad. Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Fuck does Kuno care? My pants are invisible, but trust me, I am wearing them as a defense that surely holds up in court. Well, I mean, on Final Fantasy XIV, my shirt is invisible, but I'm definitely wearing that. We could see the pants if we wore snazzy shoes. Not really. We can see the ends of it. Anyway, Kuno's dad is in here. Let's get booze. Alcohol, Commodore Red. Nice. We do have a quest to drink at some point, but drinking we don't actually really need to do much because it increases our physique. When are we going to need that? So I might do that, but not right now. A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the door frame with a safety chain. An unpaid energy bill is attached, threatening to cut off the electricity. It is addressed to Mr. Uno de Ruiter. Your heartbeat quickens, palms go sweaty.
knees weak, arms heavy. The siren of amphetamine is singing you her song. Wait, no, that's Electrochem. I didn't voice it right, but still. Looks like we found where Kuno's dad lives.
And the place comes with 3 months' worth of utility bills.
Knock lightly. No response. The apartment numbers have fallen off the door, leaving the panel with a sticky one-shaped shadow and a marker drawn too. Nothing happens? It must be an ambush. Let's get your adrenaline pumping just in case. You need to equip the chain cutters to enter. Snip right through the metal. Wonder what happens if you roll double sixes without the tool. Like, do they have a written version without the tool? Like, how could you possibly? Anyway, 72% chance with this. Let's increase my Motorix chat if you can, because 72 ain't brilliant. Ain't awful, but it ain't brilliant. Snip! Hey, Snip. The cutter goes through them like dead leaves. The links fall to the ground on the other side of the door. Don't let the quiet fool you. The beast is in there somewhere, ready to rip you to shreds with a broken bottle.
I know there's no stopping you, but let's at least make this quick.
Can't stop, won't stop. Master Investigator! You just can't keep yourself away from locked and hidden places, can you? It's my duty as a cop to investigate every square inch of this world. What do you mean? Nothing, nothing. You're right. Get in there. Deep. Invade every personal space. Break every lock. Attaboy! The world's secrets were made for you. They wait patiently for you to uncover them. The Jam Rock Shuffle. Esprit de corps, confusing behavior. Only research for 1 hour. By now it's clear you like to look inside containers. You like to open doors and see what's behind them. Maybe secrets? Maybe more juicy containers? Let's be honest, you like all containers. Trash cans, utensil trays, manholes, coat pockets, secret containers left behind by the Philippian kings that hold forbidden relics. Okay, you haven't come across one of those yet, but one day... Wait, is that why you're so hell-bent on opening containers? Do you think you'll find the Holy Scepter and the Orbe de Montagne? Let's unlock that last slot, by the way. We've got 3 slots remaining, but I've spent all the skill points that I need to on thought cabinet slots, and I can now guilt-free increase my stats when there's a check that I want to reattempt. So we should take a look at that. What sort of ones we want to redo? One thing I'd Logic has got a couple. White envelope. I can't remember what that is. I think that's in my inventory. I think that was the one that Evrard gave to me. Yeah, Logic would be a good one. We get to talk to Kim, and we get to do the white envelope, and they're both right at hand. We don't have to go anywhere. So let's give ourselves some Logic. We can also wear some Logic as well. We can get quite a lot of Logic going. We can become very logical indeed with a quick outfit change and some skill development. Let's talk to Kim.
Yes?
Why did the 41st Precinct send me to solve this case? 58% chance. Fuck sticks. More important is the white envelope. Try to find a loophole in the deal, and the cooldown here is just about done, so I can get a boost to my intellect. This is Evrart's little mission for us. It's a zoning plan to build a youth center across the canal in the fishing village, which we haven't visited yet. He wants to get 2 signatures from residents there with permission so that he can begin this process, and we're looking for a loophole in the deal to try and figure out where he's fucking them over. So if I could have an intellect increase... Hopefully this one will work, and my logic skill point won't be completely superfluous. There is no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door. Wait, what are the ramifications of this? Once the construction starts, it'll probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this. After that, they'll sell their property for cheap and move out. Look, Kim, these people are going to have to move away. Could we do something about it?
I should have seen it.
The lieutenant frowns as he reads over the documents again.
Evrard probably has eyes on us, but we could try to get other people to sign this instead of those listed. Or you could forge their signatures yourself. By the time he finds out, we'll already be gone.
Get other people to sign instead of the ones listed. That sounds interesting. Forging sounds like a bad idea right now, because at -10, Evrart's people could be watching us here. I wonder where we have to go to shake that. Probably across the canal. I assume that we can re-interact with it. Yeah, the red check stays. It's one of those red checks that we can actually prepare for, rather than the vast majority which we cannot. So that's good. Let's head into Kuno's house. Let's rob Kuno's dad. Kuno de Ruyter is the name on unfinished homework. K-U-U-N-O, not C-U-N-O. A phone book lies open on the table, covering a stack of utility bills. Right next to it, in plain sight, sits a small bottle of amphetamine, conveniently equipped with a straw. Lieutenant, I've located psychoactive substances on this table.
Good. Confiscate it.
The minuscule amount of amphetamine doesn't interest the lieutenant in the slightest. He listens instead to something in the other room. Take this bit. You pocket the bottle as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Don't wait! Celebrate! Blast that shit right here! Take inventory of it once this boring table shit is done. Blast it before you face the beast, de Ruyter. You're going to need the encouragement. I mean, we already have speed. How convenient! Someone has equipped this tiny bottle of amphetamines with a straw. It's the lorryman's speed on the go. Has one fewer uses than the Preptide, but it has the same effect. Glossy erotica covers the wall, wrinkled from moisture. Ugh. And we steal Kuno's dad's pants. The air stinks with something sour. A bundle of clothes heaped on the bed. A stained parka, some towels and a duvet. Some socks, even. In the dark, it looks like a nest. Hold up, Lieutenant. Look at that pile of clothes.
Mm-hmm.
The lieutenant has covered his nose. Slowly reach out your hand. Something underneath there is breathing. It doesn't give a shit that you're a cop. Stop your hand now or you're gonna die! It's not too late. No one's gonna blame you for backing out. You don't have to do this. Just get out. Keep extending your hand toward the pile. Your hand touches a greasy duvet covered in cigarette burns and ketchup stains. You hear a growl. There is something alive underneath it. Pull the blanket off. You see a 60-year-old fat red-headed man passed out from large amounts of alcohol. And God knows what else. The smell of shit rises from his mouth. You don't have to take him down. He's already down. I took your amphetamine, old man. Silence. Only heat emanates from the sleeping body. He wouldn't be too thrilled to learn you stole his stash. It was the last thing keeping him functional. Kim, is this thing even alive?
I'm afraid it is. Look, it moves.
He points to a fleshy lump sticking out from the other end of the blanket. The limb seems to be twitching from time to time. And look, the other foot is camouflaged by a striped sock bearing the name Maxtor on the sole. 3 toes are poking out of a hole. A groan rises from the man's throat, dry like a death rattle. He's trying to say something in his sleep. The bear is trying to wake up! Perception, hearing, figure out what he's trying to say. Increase my motorics. 83% ain't enough. Come on, come on! Let's 92. Yeah. The man groans once again, but his tongue keeps failing him. It's impossible to make out the syllables. A hand emerges from the blankets, trying to gesticulate something. And then it dawns upon you, clear and surreal. Pigs, he says. He's trying to call you pigs. Fuck you, die. His hand falls back on the bed, limp and defeated. A loud snore escapes his mouth. He's asleep again.
At least he got to say his piece.
Is this Kuno's father we're seeing?
Well, judging by the color of his hair, I would say yes, it is.
The lieutenant's right. The man's unwashed hair bears a familiar ginger tone. Even the hair on his chest is coppery. The light from the window falls into his half-open eyes. There's still plenty to be scared of here. Just not what you thought. I was expecting something worse.
I think he's still quite bad. I mean, what he has come to.
The lieutenant tilts his head.
This man won't be feeding his family anytime soon. Not that he was, but at least he won't be beating his son.
A pair of half-open bug eyes is staring back at you from the dark, empty and frozen. It's clear that the person behind them is not awake. His half-open eyes give him the look of a dead man, but he is in there, and not enjoying himself. Hold on, what happened to his eyes?
Can't you tell? It happens to exceptionally committed substance abusers. They fall asleep with their eyelids still open. Not a pretty sight.
They gripping their pillow tight. This is serious damage. I'm still not sure he's not dead. Suddenly the man starts growling. 3 words manage to escape his mouth, along with a strong stench of alcohol.
Look, he's trying to communicate.
Maybe we should help him somehow.
What is there to do? We could turn him on his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit, but he's already on his side.
Excellent form.
We could take him to Remedy or Saint Baptiste, but he doesn't have money for medical services. The almshouse would turn him down. They don't do charity for people who are trying to kill themselves. Besides, he'll be dead in a few.
The lieutenant stops, listening to him. Years? Months? Weeks? The pile of blankets grunts miserably. Okay, that was a journey. Let's go back to Kuno. 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 And try to forget this trauma. Disco Elysium. It's real.
Trying to sneak up on me again? Trying to snuff me out? Get away, pig!
But yeah, who was the person who said they didn't understand Kuno S's point in the story? I think it was someone who left earlier, but that whole empathy check, the whole point of it is her.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad. Kuno doesn't give a fuck about anything.
Yeah. Actually, that's not a bad comparison. I took care of the drug situation.
Alright, so you got Kuno's kilo. Here is how we do it. First, you give Kuno Kuno's kilo, then Kuno gives you half back. That's how we split it. It's the best way, street way.
Aren't you going to ask how I got past your dad?
Word on the street is, you sent your little friend in dressed as a hooker, distraction style. That's some sick shit.
Not a single muscle moves on the lieutenant's face.
Kuno wants to hear all about it, but first we split the kilo, then we shoot the shit.
By kilo, you mean gram, right?
Kuno knows what Kuno means.
Kuno means gram. Do I have to ask whether or not we give drugs to the 12-year-old?
I don't think I do. He's not going to be happy, but I don't think making Kuno happy should be the arbiter of this decision. I'm keeping it. You don't need more drugs. You're 12.
Alright. Kuno knew you'd try that sneaky pig shit on him.
Tell him, Kuno!
Kuno's got brains. This shit doesn't surprise Kuno. So Kuno's gonna give you one more chance. Know this, pig. Shit is major.
Major fucking choice, pig.
Kuno won't take this shit lightly. The pieces are moving, pig. This is fucking domino shit.
It's hard to see how not giving the boy a bag of amphetamine would cause some catastrophic cascade response. Hard to see, but easy to feel. Somehow this will change things.
Tick, 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 tick. Decision time. What's it gonna be? You gonna fuck the Kuno?
Alright. Chat. Weigh in. Are we gonna fuck the Kuno? Cast your votes. At least this way, if you guys decide to give him the thing, then I can punch his pilot it and be like, I'm just doing what my chat says. But no, I don't think we should. Who is the person? Who is the person who always picks the douche options? Alright, this is staying with me. I'm not giving you drugs.
Alright. You fucked the Kuno. Everybody, Kuno got fucked by his pocket pig. Just when we getting our business on, the pig throws it all away.
I told you he can't be trusted. I told you. I told you he'd steal the shit.
Relax, see? We got plenty of Kilo. Kilo underground, in the tree. This ain't about that. This is about you and Kuno. You mismanaged this shit. Now everything is fucked between us. How are you gonna make this up to the Kuno, huh?
There is genuine disappointment below the act, sire. In truth, Kuno doesn't really believe there's anything you can do to make up for this. The damage is irreparable. I looked around in there. It's not the easy life you've got going on in that apartment.
The fuck do you know about Kuno's life? Kuno's got plans. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, we got plans.
6 meters underground, below piping from before the war, the collapsed remains of the Martinez storm drain system. There are 2 stolen flashlights with piles of batteries next to them, besides 2 bedrolls. In the dark, an opening into the lower tunnels. Kuno, I met your dad.
Yeah? How the fuck are you still alive, pig?
Kuno, your dad is a half-dead alcoholic. He was sleeping under some clothes.
What?
His eyes become large and round. His posture changes, the swaying rooster motion stops for a second, then he gets it going again, reorienting himself.
Fuck right. Kuno's dad was sleeping like a bum. Kuno told ya. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about anything. Fucking breaking and entering shit. That's nothing to Kuno's dad. You got lucky, pig. Kuno knew this. Kuno's fucking violent fiend dad's been drinking hard lately. Kuno knew you have a way in. Narrow window. Kuno window.
Kuno window? Come on, kid, just stop.
Fuck you trying to do? Get the Kuno to stop. Kuno's just getting it on.
His tone wavers.
Keep your ass together, Kuno.
Whatever scary thing he might have been, now he is nothing.
Yeah? Kuno's dad is fucking nothing. Fucking coma shit, stroke shit. Kuno's dad is so fucking violent. He's had a stroke many times. Shit. Kuno's gonna have one too. Gonna be just like Kuno's dad. Speed shit, crime shit, fucking on the bed. Kuno's gonna go out like Kuno's dad. Revachol West style.
Stop saying all this sad shit, Kuno.
There is a touch of grief in there.
Fuck you talking sad? Kuno's got hard shit, death shit, nothing shit.
You don't have to turn into that.
Get your fucking nun-ass out of here before Kuno fucks it dead. You think 'cause you took Kuno's speed, Kuno's gonna sub like a
Get your nun ass out of here.
turn into... Kuno ain't turning into shit. Kuno is that shit.
He pants from exhaustion. If he doesn't stop soon, he's going to collapse from exhaustion. He is red all over.
Kuno won! Oh, you won, Kuno!
The relief is palpable. The little hat jumps up and down behind the fence. What was the thing about the bed? Speed shit, crime shit, fucking on the bed. There was a textbook with your name on it in the apartment.
Yeah, so fucking what?
It says Kuno, not Kuno. Kuno de Rita.
Fuck are you talking to Kuno about that kiddie shit?
That's a lame name, Kuno. Meh.
Kuno knows it's fucking lame. That's why Kuno changed it.
You can't fuck with Kuno.
There were tons of unpaid bills there.
Fuck right there were. Fucking 3 years or some shit.
Let me guess. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about them.
Yeah, that's right. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about that electricity and light shit. Just wants to pound on people and drink.
There's no place to live in. You have to find somewhere else.
That's right. It's a shithole. Kuno's gonna move underground. Leroy shit. Ancient shit. Kuno's gonna live in a fucking catacomb.
Yeah, in a tomb, Kuno.
You can call it a catacuno. I did right not to give you the drugs. Let's conclude this.
That didn't change shit, pig. That only made things worse. Fucking social worker shit. It doesn't work, pig.
It doesn't work, Kuno. Only our shit works.
Thing is, Kuno, much as I hate to say this, it's not about fixing you. Kim was right. When one is out of one's depth, one is out of one's depth. But there is a difference between personally handing you the drugs and not personally handing you the drugs. It doesn't matter that not doing so won't actually suddenly solve all of your problems and end the terrible injustices heaped upon you. What matters is that it's better than giving you the drugs myself.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Didn't think so, but hey, at least I feel slightly better. Slightly. So that's Kuno, everybody. And on that note, I think I'm gonna wrap up for tonight. I have 20-ish minutes left, but usually with the Disco Elysium streams, in the last half hour I look towards ending because this game does tend to do a number on my throat, and also all of its little chapters tend to be so lengthy. Like, I don't want to go back to the Hardys, which is where I think I would go next. I don't know who the hell I'm supposed to find to sign the document instead, and that's basically it to do now, yeah. Other than across the canal, the Hardys are the main port of call, so that will be where we go next, and I don't think I can wrap that up in 20 minutes, so I'm not going to try. Let me find... that'll do. But yeah, tomorrow we will be playing Vampire the Masquerade, doing session 6 of City of Dread, which starts at my weekday start time, so an hour later than my normal Sunday start time when I play a video game. So please be around for that if you're into it. It'll be another sort of less directly focused session with a lot of story building and smaller scenes rather than a big solid everybody together doing one narrative. So I'm looking forward to that. And if you're into Disco Elysium, next Saturday. If you're into Final Fantasy 14, that'll be on Wednesday. So yeah, that's my future. See me when you see me. Fare thee well, everybody.